the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh, Nick,
Hi.
and nobody else.
And nobody else. He
Where
told me I'd
art
be
thou,
here.
Jack Mitchell.
He said I'd be here. I'll be here.
Maybe he's
what
having
in the
technical
world
difficulties.
are you doing over there,
The
Nick?
wires were tangled around the thing, so I had to
What
untangle
in
it.
the world
Dude.
is happening?
Chance says, where Jack?
Well, I texted
Where
him.
Jack?
I
Where
said
Jack?
the crossover is
He's
starting.
probably taking a weird selfie at the basketball game.
Oh, Lord.
Does he know how to take pictures?
I thought so, but I guess not.
So I have had to try to find pictures of Jack for various graphics and things.
Yeah.
The best pictures I have of him are the screenshots we grabbed from the stream.
Yes.
I can't find any pictures of Jack anywhere else.
They're not on the internet?
Maybe he's not a big picture
Like-
of himself guy.
Good pictures of Jack. That it's not like him.
What
like
are you saying?
this.
What are you saying?
That Jack takes bad pictures.
Okay. Well, he just texted me. He said he's walking downstairs.
Maybe
so he
he's-
will be here in a moment.
Maybe he's purposefully taking bad selfies.
You think it's a bit?
It could be.
It
It's a bit. It's always a bit.
It
could-
is.
I mean,
Yeah.
it could be. I
Well-
wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, whenever you're being a big idiot, you can just say it's a bit, actually.
Oh no,
Exactly.
it's just a bit.
It's a bit, Nick.
It was a bit this whole time.
Mhm.
Of course I knew that thing.
I believe him when he says that.
Mm-hmm. Many are saying.
But he's also old.
Jack Mitchell, an old man.
Yeah, but he knows what he's doing though.
Well,
so it's probably.
I want him to show up so we can accost him for these opinions and photos.
Well, in the meantime,
The
we
one
can
that he
have a
said-
great conversation
All right.
without him.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hey, look, there he is. Hi, Jack.
What the hell
Hi.
are you doing, Jack?
Just
Jack,
opening a beverage. That's what we do on this show, right? Fridays?
Well,
yeah.
Friday.
Yeah.
How bad
Oh.
your photos are.
He's drinking a San Pellegrino out of a can.
Very
Isn't it one water Wednesday, Friday?
It's Friday, yeah.
It is Friday.
I've
Many
had
are-
way more than one water though. Sorry,
Have you?
I might.
love water.
I fill this thing up like 3 times a show.
I don't drink enough
Love
water. I definitely don't drink enough water.
Well, after the Mike Schaefer incident of this last week, I hope everyone is drinking enough water.
Oh
It's a
my
great
God.
reminder to
Is
drink.
that a result of not drinking enough water?
Yes.
Oh,
What happened
yeah.
to him? Is he okay?
Oh, he yeah.
Wait, you don't know?
He had kidney stones, Jack.
He still has
Oh.
kidney
What?
stones. It's
I
not
didn't
made
know
its way
that.
through his
Yeah.
thing
Yeah.
yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Whoa.
It hurts to say out loud.
Yeah. No, look at Jack. Jack, see, now, is
Yeah,
that
drink.
the water that helps? Like, I feel like you just need
Yeah,
regular
you don't
water.
need any bubbles or crap in there,
Yeah.
Jack.
It
Get that out of
doesn't. This does not help kidney stones.
Great question. I have no idea.
I don't know.
It's time to Google.
I feel like the bubbles take up more space, therefore it fills up your stomach, therefore leading you to drink less water.
Mm.
I took
Wow.
a class in high school where there was only like 4 of us in this class, and our teacher for that class had kidney stones for a week.
Ouch.
So we just hung out in class all week, and he was just kind of hanging out in pain.
That sounds as bad as it gets,
Wow.
man.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't.
No,
want
thank
that.
you.
I
No.
really regret chugging that. I don't feel that good. Wow.
Gee, I wonder why.
Oh, Jack, you had such good energy when you got here, and now it's over.
Now it's
I'm
dead.
sorry I'm late. Listen, can I say one
happened?
thing real quick?
Well, we
about-
were accosting you about your bad selfie.
Yeah, we actually don't mind that you were late, but say what
Oh,
you want.
My bad. My selfie was bad, but I was trying to get someone else in it. But and I agree with
was a bit.
your assessment. I have some rules about selfies that I broke with that one. We can talk about that if you want to. But you know, my lateness is a result of really generally, and you guys will understand this. More people,
100 jobs.
everyone at this company having 100 jobs right now to some degree.
Facts.
So,
are you planning on your new job,
that,
the new job next week?
yes, but with another person who's got, it was at multiple levels.
Wow. There's a lot of jobs these days.
Many people have many jobs.
Job
Josh, you have
creators.
many jobs. You do things.
I talk into a microphone a lot.
Yeah, but you
Me
do
too.
it in different platforms.
I do, and I get paid for all of the things that I do.
Exactly.
I make a modicum of money. What does modicum mean?
A small amount.
Okay. Yeah, I mean modicum.
How many
fits in some-
W-2s did you get this year?
Okay, you know what? I'm happy you said that because I was talking about it with a friend of mine this morning. I'm waiting on one more W-2. Because I traveled to Minneapolis multiple times in September.
Shout out to NBC.
So I got the W-2 from the Big Ten Network. I
Yep.
got the W-2 from our company, which apparently, according to commercial now, is just Energy Media.
I heard that too.
Thank you. John was trying to make fun of me for
our company is called NRG
it's
Media,
not called
right, Jack?
Energy Media. It's NRG Media.
Wait, John thought it was called Energy?
No,
Well,
he
the
was
commercials saying
Nick
that.
Nick can help out with it, but like John made fun of me because I was like, "That's weird." She said it wrong, and he was like, Did you just realize that it's pronounced energy?"
Well, I know what that
Well,
is.
it's not-
I get the bit,
Yeah.
but that's not how it's pronounced.
It's not pronounced that way. No,
No,
it's
right, no.
NRG. I've
Right.
never
But
said.
I'm waiting for Peacock. I'm waiting for the
Peacock.
Peacock. They said they told me that it was mailing out. I think they're waiting until
Really?
today, which is legally the last possible day.
Wow.
Also,
I got my Creighton 1099, and got to reach out to sponsors of other things that I do to see, like, am I getting tax stuff from you, or
We love taxes, folks.
We do.
All your defensive peacock not looking too good right now, Josh.
They paid me though. That was pretty cool.
Also, John's an idiot. NRG isn't supposed to sound like energy.
Thank you.
It's an
Why didn't you
acronym.
come to
No.
my
Don't you
defense?
think
Because
it's
I
like
wasn't sure at the
Don't you
time.
think it's a helpful coincidence that it does sound like energy? I mean, that's kind of cool.
I figured
right?
that was the bit,
Right.
But it's pronounced
Does-
NRG.
Well, does energy stand for something?
New radio
New
group,
radio
right?
group.
New radio group. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Okay, so there you go.
I didn't know
Why
that.
would they say energy ever?
Yeah,
I mean, I
exactly.
probably did know that at one point.
So the answer: 3 W-2s, 1 1099, and
A partridge and a pear
and then
tree.
all of my like
Nice.
loan stuff. Because if you're paying college loans, you get like that helps with your tax refund. Like you throw that in.
Oh yeah, I got those.
And what's the other thing that I do? Oh, I have a Roth IRA, and so that and my
Actually-
401k.
I haven't gotten my W-2 from here yet.
It's on.
It's on
Hey,
the
Austin,
You
internet.
can get it now. You can get it
Yeah,
online.
I like the paper. I like the paper.
You're not going to get it in the mail.
They don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
I got it last year.
No, you didn't.
I thought I did.
Yeah, I think we did.
Just available on the internet.
God, this is some hot topic stuff.
People love talking about taxes.
How many W-2s do you
Wow.
have?
Wow, and you
I like
I
that.
have no idea. They're all, and that's the thing. They come in emails now, and they're all over. I
Oh,
definitely am
good
getting.
Lord.
I'm
They
100%
come
getting
in
audited.
Emails now.
No, I just mean I want to be able to physically put them in one spot. And like
Nick Grimm.
I like
But,
physical
like,
copies.
remember back 10 years ago, you used to organize emails meticulously, right? You
I've
used
never
to
organized emails in my life.
Really? Well, I had folders. I would put everything in an email. But then like search became a thing within emails. And now there's no need. You can always find what you're looking for. There's no need to folderize all of them.
Right.
And I don't. In my Gmail, like everyone has a personal Gmail that I assume is an absolute disaster, right? Tens of thousands, and your other tabs have a million offers and all those
I
things.
don't know. Talk to Josh Odson. He is a freak.
Josh Odson is a freak.
Is he
What's
one
he
of the
do?
unread losers?
No,
offense.
he
No.
deletes
No,
everything.
no, it's the exact
Whoa!
opposite.
Ah,
Even-
that is
Okay.
scary.
Josh, even if it's an email that he needs,
Um,
it's gone. He has like one email in his whole inbox.
The amount of times I've had to reference an email from
I
3
know.
years ago, I'd never delete anything.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
inbox
same.
is a disaster.
I watched
zone.
John
Josh
delete-
says I have 4 emails in my inbox.
That is insane.
and that is a high amount.
Wait, is that his work inbox?
like
Yes,
like
yes,
unread or total?
I say.
Josh, this is
Hold
how
on.
we make mistakes with what stations games are airing on.
Good take.
It's why Glenn will be like, I didn't realize it was on the Zone. I'm like, well, I figured Josh would have let you know, but Josh
That's-
has 2 emails.
I think this is what I'm here for because Josh knows I don't delete anything at all.
Oh
So I'll
my
just call back with
gosh.
something.
Josh,
Is that for unread emails or for total? Like
Or
No,
total
it's total
emails.
eyemails.
like he's
Jack.
deleted or filed everything else?
They're all gone.
deleted.
There's no
Gone.
files.
Yes.
He doesn't
Wow.
keep anything?
Nope.
what if someone sent him a funny
How-
email?
yeah,
and
what-
he was like, does he take
What
screenshots?
Keena just said. You
don't
need.
even-
Or what if he
emails
gets one
later.
of those? What if he gets one of those
Yeah.
emails where it's like you got to forward this to 5 people, otherwise the boogeyman's gonna get you.
Oh man, well he dies.
I
Oh,
would
no.
I would definitely delete that email.
Yeah,
I have my Gmail open right
I
now.
missed those.
my Gmail open right now. I have 1,582 unread messages.
Okay, no, that I hate.
That's psycho too.
Yeah, I hate that crap.
My work inbox is 15,110 unread.
Unread?
I have
work?
one unread email. I have zero.
Like
unread
most
emails.
of these,
I
I
have
don't.
38,000 emails in my Gmail inbox.
How do you tell?
Yeah.
It's a lot of press releases that I get that I don't really need to read. It's a
Yeah,
lot
just
of,
delete them.
Yeah, I zero out my work email. I keep my
Absolutely.
work email at 0 unread messages. That I will say. But Gmail, that's grown over years. I cannot tame that. There's no way. I've given up.
Oh my god, you guys are. I think Josh and I actually are very
Handshake
similar.
meme?
Very similar.
I just want them read,
I want to have it read,
and then you keep it.
and then you keep
What
it,
if you
and it's in
need
there.
it?
Yep, absolutely.
What if you need it?
Oh, yeah. I will like just email myself stuff all of the time that I think I'll need in the future. And then I will go to my Gmail and I'll be like, I wonder if I sent myself this recipe at some point. Or I wonder if I sent myself this list of things at some point. And usually I did. It's
I email
actually,
myself a lot.
it's actually
I usually
genius.
use flags for that.
See, I've never gotten into flags.
I
don't-
like
Find the
flags.
flag.
I flag and pin everything.
I have no idea what those even
Not
are.
everything, but
It's like color coded, right? Like
In
what-
fact, I'm going to go back and
It
unflag some
highlights
things
it.
right
yeah,
now.
So if-
it's basically like a thing where, Jack, in theory, you could flag every email that was from your wife about dinner. And so then you'd be like, oh, what do we
What's
have
for
for
dinner?
dinner?
How
Flag,
many-
it's the yellow flag.
Can I ask how many categories you have?
I don't have any categories.
Of flags, I only have one. It's just flags.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Now,
we
we
want
want
to do different colors.
It's basically like the equivalent of a pinned tweet.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
But then you can also pin the email. I do both, so it's highlighted and flagged.
Oh, wow. Look at
Our
you.
old boss, David, he used to organize and flag. He had categories and subcategories.
He
and
would. It was
subcategories
wild.
for everything.
Watching, because
David?
we'd be like, hey, do you have, I would reference something. He'd be like, oh, let me, and he'd go to like all these different inboxes. He's like, oh, here it is.
You talking about David?
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, he had like a giant screen too. He was really
big
good
screen.
at. He was really good at organization.
It
Yeah.
was.
Love
Indeed. Yeah, we do.
well, I can't tell if I'm more or less organized than you guys after this, to be honest.
Definitely more than Josh. I think we have learned that Odson is last
Yes.
because he just doesn't have anything to organize.
Well, Josh would obviously argue that he is the most organized.
But if you don't have
he's
anything to
also the less-
organize-
he is the least informed.
if you go to someone's home and they have no furniture, are they the most
Dude.
organized, or they just not have furniture?
great
It's
question.
like
That's
it's
what
like
he
a
is.
Marie Kondo email basically strategy. Like get rid of anything that doesn't spark joy.
I don't know that reference, but sounds good to me.
There's
I
gotta
know
be
the
someone.
reference, I just never. I know the
Somebody in
reference.
the chat. Keena knows what I'm talking
Anybody
about.
else almost 50 in the chat that can?
Shut up. That's not about 50. That's about being female, is what that's
That was-
about. So I got you
Wow.
back on that. I said more of a woman thing than an old thing.
Josh
Suck
hates
it.
women.
No, I
We
don't
knew
know.
that.
There it is. There it is.
Jack, have you been thinking at all about how you're almost 50?
Wow.
I was thinking about
What
that on
the-
my way into work today.
What a question.
Over the hill, Jack.
I didn't say that. I was just wondering if you think
Hey
about being
Jack,
50.
are you gonna get one of those poop cakes? Have you seen those?
No.
They
What's
used
a poop cake?
Oh, Jack, you know what I'm talking about. The poop cake.
No, I actually don't.
So when anybody in my on my mom's side of the family, they turn 50, and it looks they give you basically like a pot, it looks like a toilet seat,
Okay.
and then they put chocolate cake in there, but it looks like poop.
Oh, I'd eat that.
And then that's your 50th birthday present.
You wouldn't eat cake, Nick?
You would eat poop?
It's poop cake.
It's cake,
It's
Nick.
cake that
It's
looks like poop.
It was
No,
a
like-
bit.
Meaning you
Oh.
can't control your bowels as you get older.
Oh, is that what the joke
That's
is?
the implication, I
That's-
assume.
I believe so.
The
Okay.
implication.
I mean, what did you think it was, Josh?
I don't know. It's being old and
See,
you like
it used to
I
be.
don't know.
I remember going when I was a kid. My parents' friends would have over the hill parties, and
Yeah.
I don't know if it was when you turned. I don't
It
know
was
if there's
50.
there's standard age
That's
for that.
like a 60 thing.
No,
No,
we
it
had
was either
hill
40 or
party. It was 50 in my family.
Okay.
Yeah.
It could be 40 or 50, I think, but they bring you prune juice, and they have like black jelly beans and black balloons and all. Like that was the thing when you turn either 40. It could have been 40 or 50. I can't remember. But like, do people do that? They'd have a banner up that says "Over the Hill," and
I feel like turning 50 is just it's changed in importance over the years.
50 is the new 40.
I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel like 50 is as widely celebrated anymore, Jack. I mean, would you
Do
agree
people
with
not
that?
celebrate 50th birthdays anymore?
I mean, people don't start smoking when they're 12 anymore, so that probably has something to do with it.
Interesting. That's a great point, Nick.
That's encouraging. I
Maybe
don't know.
60s.
I haven't.
You made it to 50.
Yeah, hard to argue with.
I
Lord.
always
It's like
have.
graduating elementary school.
I did that.
You just expected to make it to 50 at this point.
We did have a party for that when I was in elementary
Dude,
school.
graduating elementary school, we did not have a party for that.
We didn't either.
No, I meant like we had a cereremony at my school.
That is so
We
stupid.
didn't.
That is so
That's
stupid.
dumb.
I would refuse that. I would not want.
Shout out Florence Elementary School in 2000.
Elementary school.
Stuff.
We had it.
Painted.
We had it at preschool for my son and daughter. Preschool graduation.
Wow.
I didn't even go to
Yeah.
preschool.
Yeah.
I
When
think I did. I don't know for sure.
when
What
my
do you
son-
do in preschool?
We played with toys, learned colors.
So is it basically just daycare? It's daycare, but you don't have to pay for it.
It's like daycare, but they're trying to
Oh,
get
you
you
do have to
into
pay
the
for it.
mindset.
Oh, you do
You
have to
do.
pay for preschool?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's like daycare, but they're trying to get
You
you,
have
into
to
the
pay.
mindset.
well,
I thought it was like
yeah.
a public school, Jack. Like I thought
No,
preschool
no.
was
pre-K is not in public school.
I mean,
Okay.
it was for us. It was a daycare preschool,
Hybrid?
hybrid combo type thing.
We had-
Now,
built different.
I went to a public school. We had preschool. There was an afternoon
I'm not
class
saying
and a morning
nobody
class.
does. Yeah, that's true.
Wow, Hudson says you pay a fortune.
Ouch.
Yeah, you pay. That's why I laughed. It's because we paid. Anybody who has a kid that age knows it is. I've heard some people do the math, and it's more expensive than college for that kind of daycare throughout the course of the day
Cripes.
than college tuition per hour.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Yeah,
It's
get
almost-
ready, Connor. Get ready. Get
Dude.
that. You better get some more jobs, dog.
Wow,
Well, I
Mustache
already started
Adam.
saving money, but I just figured I wouldn't have to deploy any of it for 18 years.
Yeah.
Mustache Adam, yes, you pay for daycare / pre-K, and it is expensive. Like
100%.
mortgage expensive.
My
You guys
kids
don't know
don't
this?
Grandpa and grandma
Wow.
daycare. I know it was.
Wow.
I knew you had to pay for it, but I didn't know it was more expensive
Just-
than college.
Just
It's-
homeschool.
God.
Just homeschool your daughter now.
Somebody
Nobody
in the
needs
chat-
qualifications for that anymore.
Somebody in the chat, give me an idea, like a monthly idea, because I'm out of date on this now. But there will be major sticker shock on this.
Oh my God.
Man,
I'm only 4
Like
years
Connor,
away from
think
this.
of what you think it is a month for one kid, and then find out. Oh yeah, Aaron and Papillion, $250 a week plus.
See, I thought it was actually more than that. Oh, that is just as an infant.
$1,000
$700 a month for 2 kids, says Keena.
a month
For just
for one child to
Yeah.
learn.
yeah.
That's what you get for
And so
having
that's
a child.
why they have the
Can they not learn? Do they have
wow,
the
Mustache
option?
Adam $1,000 to $1,500 in some spots.
All right. Well, we're gonna
No.
figure something else out. Alternative.
Take your daughter to the zone day every day.
Oh.
Just hang out in the studio.
Oh, her education can be sports takes. She'll learn about the 2001 World Series really early.
Heck yeah, she will.
Now the fun thing, obviously, my son, well, both my kids went to a very elite daycare because when my son came in as an infant, who was in the graduating class that year? None other than Joe Burrow. True story.
Oh,
They
my
went.
God.
They walked the halls of the same preschool at St. Mark's over here.
Wow.
He was
And it
in
was
the.
at that moment Joe was like, I want to go to Nebraska.
He was.
Bo Pelini was like, no.
I
You're
he
not
probably
allowed.
saw me walk in the halls in my Husker gear, picking up my pooping pants baby son, who actually just had
Johnny.
who had just had a famous picture with his future coach right about at that time as well, that I posted many times. And he probably little Joe probably saw me and it's like that guy. I'm gonna
He
be
knows what he's doing.
That guy
I'm gonna
gets
be
it.
like that guy someday, and no one is gonna stop me from it. No one is gonna stop me from becoming a Husker because that guy's inspired me.
Joe Burrow is 28.
I bet he was pooping his pants around then.
Wait, so Joe Burrow is hanging out like at the same daycare as Johnny?
He was in the same daycare. He may have,
Wow.
I may have embellished the ages in between them. They may have
Okay.
not been in the same
I was
place
gonna
at the
say,
exact
because
same
isn't
time.
Johnny like 20 now?
Yeah, I don't think they
Yeah.
let the 10-year-olds hang out with the
Well, Johnny went
6-year-olds.
there now, but Johnny went there at like 6 weeks. That's where he went as soon as my wife went back to work. So
Wow.
Joe,
Johnny.
I mean, I can tell you, Joe was in the giraffes room. So I don't know if that's on the internet or not, but
Fedoni's in there.
That's Lurch, the Lurch room.
Some comments coming in. Patrick says, while we are branching out, 1620 the daycare. To which Adam says 1620 the daycare becomes a trade school for 1620 the
yeah,
casino.
You guys need some freaking learning lessons.
So I just got a couple
Learning
of texts
lessons.
from a great friend of the Grum, former host of the Grum, Michael Severe.
Yeah.
My friend just watched 21 on the radio. I worry for the future of our country for additional reasons
Thank
now.
you, Michael.
And then he said, Blackjack, it's just the first two
Blackjack!
cards. Ace and a face card. My God, that was so sad.
So what I told Nick this morning was
we played Blackjack on the radio yesterday, Jack. It was
You can
terrible.
watch it on the
very
1620 The Zone TV
It's really
YouTube
funny.
channel.
Didn't know where to hit or what happened.
no. Here's the deal.
I was the dealer.
Josh was the dealer, and they didn't. The biggest problem that they ran into was they didn't know that the dealer stays on 17 plus, so they kept trying to deal people cards, and they just kept going. But
Happer sent so many texts.
I was so angry,
He
Jack.
was
I would have been too.
I was
It
absolutely
looked like
raging.
Drew Gary was texting my phone.
I was raging at my radio driving down the street. But here's the thing I told Nick this morning. The thing that you guys did not run into was there was no appearance of an ace whatsoever. It would have given you guys the most.
No,
trouble.
there was
one
a-
or 11, right?
One,
Correct,
Yes,
yeah.
there
You
was an
gotta
ace
check it.
once.
Insurance, check it. Yep.
Yeah, you would not have.
Yeah,
like,
what was the thing that the person asked us
it
to
would've-
do?
Well, he asked you to
He wanted
double
to
down.
split it,
Yeah,
didn't he?
he wanted to double down.
Yeah.
Double
Oh, he
down.
didn't want to split it. Okay, because that's
Yeah.
when you start turning the card sideways.
He wanted to double down on like a 9-2,
Hmm.
which is like 11, which is
you
a
do.
perfect place to be. Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't
it's a
know how to
perfect
do
double
anything.
down opportunity. But it doesn't make sense to double down because you don't have money. There's
Yeah.
no money.
There was no money.
You get the same car.
We gave prizes away. We gave Daniel Tosh tickets
Yeah,
away.
but you're not going to get more tickets for
That's
doubling
true.
down.
Or half
Yeah.
of a ticket.
And then, as Aaron says, John kept getting mixed up with what I said, and I was trying to tell you guys the right things, and John
Blackjack!
was trying to tell
Blackjack!
me that I was telling you guys to do the wrong thing.
And then whenever Josh would win, he would say, "You just got blackjack."
you just got blackjacked.
Dear Lord,
I would argue the best gambling memories I've ever had are hot streaks at blackjack of
Oh, it's
anything,
so much
winning
fun.
anything at sports, doing roulette, craps, whatever you do. Hot streaks at blackjack are the absolute best.
See,
Those
that's
are
how
the
I
best.
feel about hot streaks at the craps table, but I understand.
Says I blackjacked you. Was my favorite.
Who said that? Who said that?
Me.
Oh my gosh.
There you go. I blackjacked you.
We should have sent Josh to an actual casino table
I
and done this and seen how annoyed everyone at that table would have been when he made bad hits.
That's why I don't do it. That's so the reason that I have not learned blackjack is it is intimidating.
And
And
I told you guys when we went to
I
Vegas, I
know,
go,
I
we
know.
have an open table. Let's go sit down and we can mess around for a little while.
I did. I sat down and
And
messed
you,
around.
and you did.
Happer has more money than me, so I was like, I'll just watch. And so I just watched.
I'll just have a sugar packet.
I
or
just
two.
watched.
I'll hang up and listen.
At the same time, I had no. Josh was all the way in on craps. I had no idea what the hell was going on.
Yeah, see,
So-
and people were critical of me
Yeah.
yesterday. They're like, "How do you understand the rules of craps?
Yeah,
but you don't
Right,
know."
no
the rules of
kidding.
blackjack?"
I agree.
Blackjack is intimidating. Craps is intimidating as hell.
Craps is
Yes.
intimidating from the standpoint of like, it's my money and I am betting, either with or against people, but it's just me. I don't have to worry about like hitting or not hitting and then ruining the deck. And
well,
then
if
people
you learn the game,
people get mad at you.
yeah,
Like
of
I don't want
course.
somebody to be like, "Ugh."
But that's what happens when we play by ourselves
I
at our
know,
own
I
table.
know.
You
And
know,
we
you
can
screw
learn
me up,
together.
and I like.
You don't
I'll
care
Be,
who-
I'll be mad, but I
Yeah,
won't be.
but
that
not as
mad.
mad as you were yesterday.
Yeah. The first time I went to Vegas, I knew how to play blackjack, played blackjack forever, and then eventually didn't go well. So we switched. We went to craps, and I was so intimidated and nervous about craps. And I did something wrong, and I got yelled. I touched the dice, or I did something.
Yeah. That's the part
It's
where
like
you
me
get in
playing
trouble.
roulette.
Like there was this guy when we were at Circa, and he kept taking the dice off of the table, and they were like, "You
Guys got
can't,
yelled at.
you can't do that." And
Yeah.
so then his friend who was teaching him craps, like after he rolled the point, let's say he rolled an 8. So then his friend was teaching him the thing that I don't do, but it's like you put the dice as a 4 and a 4, or a 5 and a 3, so then you can roll the 8 again. And so his friend was trying to teach him that, and the guy was an idiot because he just like set the dice
triggered.
down and stood there. It's like, no,
Triggered.
you roll the dice now, friend, but you're not allowed to take them off the table. You have to keep them over the table.
Was it you?
Throw them low.
Was it you, Josh,
hit
or
the wall.
Nick that got yelled at because you were trying to pull chips off? Of
It was
the
me.
table on
I got
roulette?
yelled at
That
the
was
roulette
Nick Graham.
table.
Yeah.
I'd never played roulette before. I was just trying to help him. I'm like, oh, I'll just grab that, so you don't have
Thank
to
you,
reach
sir.
all the way
Yeah.
over.
Blackjack is the least intimidating of the games by far, I would say, of all of those we just mentioned.
Exactly. I
Happer,
agree
do you know, like someone who is the dealer at Blackjack, do they go through a class in terms of how to like do all that stuff really, really fast and to make
Oh
everything
yeah.
smooth?
Oh no, they have really
Yeah.
specific training.
Yeah. I wonder how long that class would take.
I mean, you
'Cause
could
trying
you
to
could
even
sign
flip
up
the
to be a
card
blackjack
yesterday.
dealer, and
Yeah.
in a couple weeks, I'm sure you'll be out there.
And I would learn how to play.
You would.
That'd
It'd be
nice.
helpful.
Do they teach you how to count cards?
No.
I'll read the book. I'll just read the book.
Yeah.
It was also weird doing it in one deck yesterday instead of how many decks are in the thing on a blackjack table?
That's
4?
good.
5?
That's a good question. I don't know.
10? Charles says they watch YouTube videos. Maybe I'll go down a YouTube rabbit hole and learn how to deal.
Yeah, I think there's an expectation if you're signing up to be a blackjack dealer that you know how to actually play the game before you do that.
Yeah,
but
I don't know how. Aaron says, did Nick grab the ball off the wheel?
I just wanted to know what it tasted
no,
like.
it
It looked good.
Ooh, a gumball.
he grabbed the chips off the table before they picked up the dauber thing.
I was just trying to help.
By the way, going back to the conversation earlier about Jack almost being 50, Padilla tweets in, My family threw an over-the-hill party for my dad's 40th, which I believe is the standard. Average lifespan in America is just under 80, so 40 would be past the midway point. Thus, it's all downhill to death.
Oh, my God. That means, Josh, you're almost to 40.
It'll be 3.5-ish years, yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
At which point, I'll have to put my kid in preschool.
Wow. For $1 billion a month. How many more podcasts will you be doing by then, Happer?
I have to join
4
on
more
with
podcasts.
Many more podcasts.
I'll
have to join the I-80 club.
Perfect. Come on in.
40 years was the standard one for my parents' friends too, but I always do this bit on the morning show. Anytime the world's oldest person dies, which happens surprisingly pretty often, I'm able to do this every few months, it seems like. I'll be like, hey, this person, and it's usually somebody from Japan or Brazil or something. I was like, hey, can you imagine it? This person had all their friends over and they had the black balloons and they had the prune juice and everybody's laughing and all this. And it's 1944.
That's why I would never want to be the oldest person ever. You're like,
no.
Because we think of old people as,
absolutely
whatever age you want to consider an old person. And then you still have like many more decades.
What age do you want to live to?
85.
70. Wow. I was going to say like 75.
What did you say, Jack? 85?
I've thought about it. 85.
75 to 80 seems like the sweet
85,
spot.
90 would be solid. Like, I want to live. I'm a guy who wants
Yeah,
to
but
live.
if you're
Put
90,
that on the graphic,
if you're 90, are
Hodson.
you really living?
Hot
you know?
take. I want to live.
It kind of depends on what state you're in.
I guess what do you want out of your life when you're really old?
Like, I don't want to be a
I don't know. I just want to be
vegetable.
alive. I like being alive.
Yeah.
I really like it. It's cool.
I have an irrational fear of getting like one of those really horrible diseases, like Alzheimer's or something.
Oh.
I don't think I've ever said this to anybody out loud. I have an irrational fear of it.
The good news is it runs in my family,
Oh,
and you would know if it
perfect.
runs in yours.
Nice.
Wow.
I guess the good news about getting Alzheimer's is you won't remember if you have it.
Yeah, I know. It just feels like such a
I can make that
bummer.
joke, Jack. It's in my family.
Wow. I'm allowed to say that.
I am.
Nick Grimm.
Yeah. No, I mean, I 85. I figured, like, the way I figured it was more kind of based on, for me, like, what the things I want to see. Like, I want to stay alive mainly because I want to see, like, what happens with my kids, kind of. Like, that's a big thing, sort of. So that would be and so I'm like, well, I'd like to see maybe my grandkids get married.
Your grandkids get married?
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. I guess, you would be that old.
You want to be great grandpa Jack?
Yeah, I guess. Well, yeah, I don't know if I guess probably that could happen as well. My grandma is going to turn 101 in May.
Whoa.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Wow. Congrats.
Jack, how long do you want to give takes for? Do you want to be in your 80s still giving takes?
I can't imagine I wouldn't. Like, do you think I'll have fewer takes when I get older?
Well, he just got another job at 50.
That's true. That's true.
That is true.
47. Okay, good Lord. There'll be almost a new president when I'm 50. So, well, maybe not. But anyway.
Got him. It's 47.50. It's like his 39.
No, it's not. It's not.
Is yellow brown.
49 is 50, but
47 is not
47 is not 50. I think that's how old I am.
But yeah, do you think, Jack, you think people still want your takes when you're 80?
I mean, if Jack is 80, he could still do the I-80 Club. It'll just be a different meaning.
Oh, that's true. See, the question that I have is, at what point do you stop wanting to hear from somebody? Like, I listen to Bill Simmons.
Jerry Jones.
Bill Simmons is going to be 60 in,
Glory
I
hole.
hate that I know this, 3.5 years. Well, like, at what point do I say, it's time for me to not listen to the 60-year-old?
I mean, he already
give
sounds
opinions
like
about
an
Josh
old,
Allen. He
already
really
sounds
does.
like a super
Well,
old guy.
they still keep Kornheiser on. How old is he?
That guy is old.
How
We
old
do
do you think
still
Kornheiser is?
We let dudes in their 80s govern entire continents.
That's true. Kornheiser is 76. I don't listen to Kornheiser. But I do find him funny when I hear
I
him.
just noticed that show was still on. I was just flipping around and I was like, man, that show has run a long I can't believe that's still on without as much other things have changed about their programming.
Nick, do you know when PTI started? Do you know what year?
Bet 2001, maybe.
Josh's
Everything
year.
comes back to 2001.
It always
How
does.
Hubie Brown is in his 90s, right?
You know, that was someone that his last game broadcast is actually a week from Sunday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He's not done yet.
It'll be good when he is.
He is in his 90s.
I don't like listening to Hubie Brown.
Look how old Hubie Brown
I think
is.
How old's
you're-
Corso?
Oh, he's in his 80s. I
Hubie
would
Brown
think.
is 91.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He still has takes.
Lee is 89. He'll be 90 when the college
Wow.
football season
Man,
starts.
I would not want to be on TV in my 80s. I'll tell you that. That I can tell you. I might give takes, but not on TV or video.
It's
on
a little
Twitter.
torturous to watch the super old people on the college game day shows.
Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
I don't like what it's become.
Peter says, my grandma is 92 and walks 5 miles a day and is very active with her great-grandchildren, goes down to the Royals and watches the Royals live a couple times a year. Wow.
Hell yeah.
5 miles a day. That's a long time to walk. It's a lot of walking.
probably keeps
Walking's
you
good
alive.
for the heart.
It
Walking,
is.
water.
It is wild how good walking is
Well,
for it.
It's interesting that he says about watching the Royal. My grandma is a huge sports, big sports fan. She loves baseball. She loves Royals baseball. She loves volleyball. And it makes me frustrated because one of the challenges for her, as you would expect with somebody who's 100 years old, is finding the games to watch. And it's just like,
What time do the girls play?
Just get Peacock.
right. But it's okay to make fun of somebody who's 60 for saying that, but not as a 100-year-old. Right.
Yeah.
I feel like,
Yeah.
and
No.
She was alive when there wasn't a TV.
right.
She probably listens to Denny Matthews. He's probably done it the entire
Yeah,
time she's been a Royals
that's
fan.
definitely more of like a let me get that for you situation.
I got it for you, Grandma.
Yeah,
Right.
be a good grandson,
Well,
Jack.
I wrote. I mean, hand wrote, or printed out or whatever an entire I think it was for a volleyball season once, and everything. I think they had some version of a satellite service there where she lives, and so I put the channels and everything else. But it's hard to keep it up the whole time. We need a better service like that for our older people to be able to watch sports all the time so they can
that
find
tells
it.
people that tells old people specifically what channels things
Like
are
some
on.
kind of-
football.html, but it's for older people.
Well, if only there was some kind of guide for the television.
Yeah, but seriously,
What about a
imagine
magazine?
Oh, that's a
explaining
good idea.
to a 7-year-old the difference between ESPNU and ESPN2 or something like that.
One has a U and one has a 2.
But wouldn't you think that the tiny smart TV remotes with way less buttons would be a lot easier for the
See, and
olds
yet I
to
feel like
use?
it's harder to use because the Apple TV remote, it's you have to slide it. It's not even a button. It's more of a, it's like the iPod wheel.
That's
Yeah.
weird. Don't have that.
Yeah.
none of these remote. I get the feeling you guys haven't hung out with many people in their upper 90s or 100s.
That's probably right.
I have not.
This conversation is making me sense that.
My dad's parents are in their 80s, and I saw them at Thanksgiving time.
It's a
And they
you,
were
not a two. Figure it out.
They
Ugh.
were not turning the channel to the
That-
football games.
Why don't bring you with you? Oh, why don't you come with me and you tell her that? We'll see how that goes.
That's what I always jokingly say to my baby. I always say goodbye. Have some respect. Then she doesn't say anything the entire time. And, she continues to not.
By the way, totally unrelated to this entire conversation, but I saw this tweet, and I didn't know if you guys saw it during your show. So you guys, I imagine, did you do the poll questions or a discussion of the month?
Yeah,
of
top
January?
5 poll question of the month.
Okay, because
yeah.
there was a tweet at 12:11 from Aaron that I want to read. It says Lion King bugs or imaginary food from Hook, because you've been talking recently about the Lion.
Yeah, I never seen Hook though.
Oh my gosh.
I've also never seen Hook.
Oh, Jack, have you seen Hook?
What do you think?
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, never mind. This is a dumb topic.
Actually, I think I might have. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
right in your wheelhouse, Jack.
Yeah, I probably did because I was
The food in Hook, the imaginary food in Hook looked amazing. I was always
don't remember
very
it to
hungry
that
for it as a
granular
child.
detail.
It was different colors, if I remember right.
I love the bugs on
Well,
Lion
good
King,
thing
though.
John isn't here for you saying this. I don't like fake food. It's a cartoon.
Yeah.
It doesn't look good at all.
Isn't that the Robin Williams one? Hook? Is that right? Yeah, I think I've seen that.
Let me see. What are they eating?
Look at that stuff. Doesn't that look amazing? Don't you want to have whatever that is?
Wait, are you just
Okay.
did I miss the beginning of this
Oh.
conversation? Are you just talking about how good food looked in one random movie?
Just looks like Play-Doh.
Well,
Lion
so
King.
throughout the week, Capper's been talking about how the bugs from Lion King looked amazing.
Yeah.
And I agree with him. I would eat them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The bugs from Lion
Yeah, the
King.
grubs.
You know when they go and Simba is like growing up, but he's growing up with the guidance from Timon and Pumbaa, and they go inside of the log and they find the grub, and they pull out the delicious looking bugs. Jack,
Slimy yet satisfying.
slimy yet satisfying.
Hudson says I watched Hook with Rufio. Nix, you haven't seen Hook.
No.
Happer, you haven't seen Hook.
No.
There's no way John has seen Hook.
He
Let's see
probably
where
had-
it's
it
streaming.
was kind of a thing in that era.
See, but John didn't watch those types of movies back then. Like he didn't watch Home Alone until COVID when we.
Okay,
forced
that's
him to
weird.
watch.
That is so weird.
Jack said
I don't know how you.
You almost say that.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, and he didn't like it then when we watched it because he was in one of his moods. Harold is funny.
You know what food I always thought looked good?
Does that?
The food that they were shoving down the Grinch's throat in the Jim Carrey How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
I don't remember that.
I don't know
food.
that.
A lot of the puddings and chocolates, it looked good. The fudges.
Let's find out. Grinch food shoving down.
Yeah, I don't remember
throat.
that at all.
I got to tell you, I don't remember any movie food that I was particularly enticed by, guys. I don't know if I can hang in this conversation.
That just looks like chocolate and like chunks of butter, and that food does not look.
It's all
appetizing.
fudge and pudding.
Yeah, that doesn't look.
That looks horrible.
There's who hash.
Sorry, Nick. I don't want that food very much.
Hmm.
Keena says movie club pick. I just looked up Hook. It's sadly not available for
No,
free.
you guys should
anywhere.
watch The Lion King.
Yeah,
Well,
John
they
would-
hate cartoons.
I don't hate cartoons.
The 2 times we've had cartoons on Movie Club, they've complained.
Do
Well,
the new Beyonce one.
The one that.
Oh, that was fine.
What
The-
are the two that we watched?
The Iron Giant.
Yeah, I didn't like that very much.
The Iron Giant was great, and Road to El Dorado.
Yeah, I didn't like that very much either. Yeah, but if we watch Lion King, I love Lion
The
King.
Lion King is a classic.
And those are 2 movies from my generation that everybody loved.
Well,
The
maybe
Iron
our
Giant
generation
movie.
is wrong. Have you thought
Nice.
about that? Maybe we're learning that Gen Z is actually the worst generation.
Don't lump me in with the rest of Gen Z.
Nope, sorry,
I'm
Nick.
a zillennial.
Go millennials. Man, Jack, millennials are aging better by the day. How do you feel
Seriously.
about being a Gen Xer?
These Gen Z people are nuts.
Yep.
I am a young Gen X. That's different than Gen X as a whole. They've made these generations too large. They should be divided into 2 on each side, in my opinion.
We have discussed this
Well, you have
before.
congrats on the millennial VP.
That's true. We do have the first vice
Yeah.
president from our generation.
What a great guy he is.
Guess what? We got left out. We've been
And couches.
the X's have been totally left out of the White House at every level.
That is so wild that you are, again, Jack is approaching a certain age that we won't talk about, but that he still has never had anybody in the White House.
Nobody represents.
Why do you think we're in such a position as we are right now?
Who is the boomers are before Gen X, right?
Yes.
And so was the first boomer in the White House, that was Clinton. So starting with old Bill, Billy Bill,
Was G.W. Bush a boomer?
but he was after Clinton.
Oh, the first, yeah. Clinton was
Clinton
probably a
because
boomer.
Clinton was young,
Yeah. he
but then
was.
Obama is like old
Obama's
boomer,
a boomer.
or young boomer, old boomer.
Yeah, young boomer.
young
Yeah.
boomer?
He's
Obama.
I'm
young
surprised
boomer.
Obama's not an X.
And then we were like,
He's a
let's go
boomer.
back to the geriatrics. And so we've done that now for the last 12 years.
Yeah,
Like
now we're back
Obama-
in the greatest generation.
Obama's
Wow.
a young boomer that seems like he should be an X. It's like my generation, you know? Like there's that period between.
I don't
Like
know,
how
man.
Jack
I
wants
think
to
it's
be a
just
millennial.
I think Obama just seems young. He's 63.
Yeah.
You know, like
But you're also, Nick, you're thinking of Obama in like 08. Do you still feel like Obama's young now?
well,
I mean, compared to yes,
Compared to
comparatively, yes.
compared to the
Oh, wow.
presidents that have
Gen
followed
X
him.
boomers were younger in 08.
That's
People forget.
Mhm.
Duncan, Gen Z and Gen X competing for worst generation once boomers aren't here. Oh God,
100%.
you millennials are. First of all, you're overconfident about everything. Okay, you are so overconfident. I'll band with the Z's and go against you if I
Oh,
need
thank
to.
you.
Here's the
Jack.
deal. Nobody has ever said that the millennials are the worst generation.
They haven't.
Nobody has ever said that.
They said we were lazy for a while, and they were wrong.
And they said that we like avocado toast.
Which
So what? So
we're
what?
gonna get mad at our food takes.
That happens already.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, other generation like Gen X, like all the early '90s movies, Jack, about your guys' generation, where it's like the debates that you would have as people, as a society.
What do
a
you even mean?
Selling out, the idea of selling out, versus
Selling
not
out.
selling out.
Yeah,
No
it'd
one
be
even
nice.
talks about that anymore.
Yeah, everybody just whatever they can grab all the money. None of the artistic virtue doesn't matter anymore. It's
Well,
true.
that's definitely true.
That
It's
wasn't
true.
our fault.
You guys all sold out. We cared about that.
Tina says millennials are the new greatest generation. Many are saying, yeah,
Absolutely.
We're
Thank
starting
you,
to hear
Kina.
this more and more.
Bunch of sellout generations.
No, we just work hard. Who am I selling out to? I'm just working hard over
Knowing
here, Nick.
that there is no light at the end of the tunnel.
There is zero light.
There- we will-
Retirement,
we will
hilarious.
never retire. There will be no money.
Why
You
do
will
I
never
have
retire.
why do I have a 401k? What's the
Who
point of
knows?
this 401k?
You can get the money at the end.
Can
and
I
it will
just
do
take
nothing
it all
for
out?
you.
How old do you have to be to just take the money
I think
out?
you're
There's quite the significant penalty.
Because I've taken some
Oh,
money
there.
out before to do some stuff with it,
Yeah.
and but I had to pay it off.
Yes.
If I were to do it, I'm too young still.
Yeah.
Jack, you're almost 50. Can you take your
You know what?
401k?
I'm gonna ignore that. I always like to read those like BuzzFeed lists of like why Gen Z hates millennials and like go through those things and all the tweets. Like the tweets like this: I hate when millennials use the word hubbub, like STFU. That word is so annoying. I hate it.
That's a millennials word.
I don't ever say hubbub.
Another one. I hate when millennials crap on people born between 1998 and 2002. Like y'all realize we kind of lived the same time as you.
No.
Yeah, but you're way younger.
Yeah, that's Nick. That's Nick's generation.
That is my
Yeah,
generation.
I
Nick is
hate-
a tiny baby.
Yeah.
I hate when
What
millennials.
is the internet?
Yeah.
I grew up on it.
Yeah.
What else am I going to
You
talk
never
about?
had
You
to have-
always say that. I hate that.
You never had to have a Juno email
Oh,
or
what?
or dial up.
Yeah,
I did have my dad had dial up until 4 years ago.
Okay, well, never mind.
That's
I grew up with
I
dial
didn't know
up.
millennials said
That's
hubbub.
Yeah,
that's
I've
more
never-
an Iowa thing than a generational.
Oh,
thing,
that was
probably.
specifically a my dad thing.
Oh,
He just
Duncan,
refused.
are millennials cringe? Yes, but they aren't as dumb or evil.
Thank you.
Shout out to us. We are not dumb nor evil.
Jack, what else are they saying about the millennials on the BuzzFeed list?
I hate when millennials say I did a thing. We get it, Ashley. You got highlights.
Yeah, that is stupid. I don't like that either.
I did a thing.
I did a thing.
I
like
don't say
bought a
that.
car.
I should start saying that more often.
No,
I did
don't
a
say
thing.
that ever.
I started another podcast. That's what my I did a thing.
That
would
is
be.
that is what people say when they like get a new job or like
I
they,
did a thing. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, like I did a thing.
Is that what you said when you guys announced that you're having a child?
Absolutely not.
We did
I
a
would never
thing.
Say that.
So Keena said I'd never had to set an away status on AOL. Where I grew up, it was specifically we had MSN Messenger until everybody got Facebook.
Yeah.
And then we all just had Facebook.
People in my generation did have MSN Messenger, but it was, I feel like they were, I don't know why they had it. Also, I just realized it's 2:35. We have Sam McKewon at 15 minutes, so we should probably say goodbye.
You got to do the Grum Down.
We do have to do the Grum Down. Brought to you
Okay.
by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather
You
Guard.
guys have great weekends, every one of you.
Happer, you as well. That was a fun crossover. We
Mhm.
talked about a lot of topics. By the way, 401k withdrawal, 59 and a half years old.
That girl is topic.
God, I got 22 more years until I can pull that money out.
You got some time.
I just hope that when I get to take the money out or when I have to take the money out, that it's like when it's on the upswing and not the downswing.
So my grandparents got me a bunch of bonds when I was growing up, and they don't mature for another 5 years yet, and I'm worried that I'm just not going to get that money.
Yeah,
You'll be all right.
understandable. All right, that's Connor Happer. Jack Mitchell's in today for John. I'm Josh. The Grum starts when we return on 1620 The Zone.
Oh yeah, I'm on the mic here. Yes, Mike, we're doing the commercial show, the real show. What's up, everybody? Scott, Keena, Delo's here. Let's go. Dwayne, I was gonna read more of those tweets, and I hate when millennials act like boomers to Gen Z. Like, take a joke and stop hating crap you don't understand. LMAO. I guess I could swear, but I don't want to. Just to be careful. Let's see. I understand. I hate when millennials tell me, oh, you wouldn't understand. You're too young. Like, okay, Tiffany, just because I was born in 99, that doesn't mean I don't know what an easy bake oven is. I know that a brownie has been cooked by a light bulb tastes like. Don't insult me. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. I hate when millennials think they are a traveler because they went on vacation once last year. I hate how millennials really like make procrastinating look quirky. FFS. I hate the way millennials respond to Gen Z kids not knowing about your childhood toys, TV shows. What did you expect? It's been 10 years since your favorite show's been popular. So there we go. All right. Yeah, I was. I am. It's on, isn't it? Are you guys not hearing me? Maybe you're not hearing me. Maybe I'm off. I didn't mute my mic or anything. All right. Well, maybe I'm not on right now. I think we're talking to Sam McKewon here coming up. I need to look at the rundown of the show today. I got to be honest. I have not really. Let's see what we are talking about today. I'll give you a little preview. Or maybe that's what we do in the next segment because that's sponsored. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Josh sent it to me somewhere. Let's see. What do we got here? Okay. Ooh, okay. Yeah, good. That looks good. Yes. I like what you've done here. Okay. That's nice. Oh, the spring game thing. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Let's see. Walgamot. We are doing, I believe, the Yacht Rock documentary today, which I did not intend for us to do. I thought it was going to be Woodstock 99. Oh, sorry. I see. I was my chat paused and it was not live scrolling and I didn't look at that. So hello everybody. Thank you, Shani. I appreciate that. My favorite Husker basketball player of all time. I don't know. How about Richard Van Polgeest? I was a big fan of his way back in the day. DR should wear an Andre Almeida jersey. He was sitting right behind me. He was definitely sitting right behind me and wearing the Tominaga jersey. Somebody asked if it was a Cookie Belcher jersey, which made me laugh. Dylan or D'Lo, I'm not going to answer that, but because I don't want to be called hypocritical. But I think you know the answer. Did Paul Castle have the greatest neck roll in Husker history? I mean, like the tailbacks wore neck rolls back in the mid 80s and before that too. Like, I don't know if Keith Jones wore one or not, but like their uniform would suggest they were middle linebackers and they were like 175 pound running backs. I'm not the face of the program. It's concerning. No, but I'm the face of a lot of other things. Scott Baldwin wore one. Yes. For sure. J-Man says favorite Husker basketball player, Dave Hoppin. Nice. He was a little bit before my time, actually. So J-Man's older than me, for the record. Bill Jackman was on the team. He was my favorite right when I was like 9 years old and I started watching. Jake Young at center. Yeah, he had a crazy one. He had a big one. But the best was when those like he said Baldwin, when those tailbacks would wear it in the huge pads. Those guys looked like they were, it's crazy. They looked like they were 260 pounds just based on the way that they were, the pads and everything, those running backs. Like, I think like we were talking about Calvin Jones when he passed away and Phillips and maybe to a degree even Rozier. Like, I think I thought all of the running backs were bigger than they actually were because of what I remember of the paddings, because they were ridiculous. And I mean, I played football in high school in that era too, not to brag. And like my pictures in my high school, I don't know how I moved my arms with the size of the pads the shoulder pads were insane. And then, of course, we had hip pads that came up on our sides, thigh pads, hip pads, and a tailbone pad, both that went through our belt, the knee pad, all of it. And I'd had to add on. I can't imagine how much more weight the average football player I played football in the mid 90s or in the 80s, even. There's probably more than they weigh right now. It's legit got to be, I bet it's 20 pounds less in some ways. So, yes, Shanny, they did. This is what we do. We do this now. This is a thing. We've been doing this for a while. No pads below the waist. Isn't that crazy? How much better would we all have been if we didn't wear pads? I mean, maybe more injured, but, there's a lot of questions. What does my career look like if I don't wear pads below? If I don't have
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Jack, you're on the day after a Nebraska basketball win. We couldn't have said that at all throughout the month of January.
Hey, did I do this?
What was that?
Did I do this?
Many are asking.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody. He's Jack. I'm Josh. Nick is the producer. You'll see all of us on your screen throughout today's show, except when we kick Nick off for the Sam McKewon interview, which is coming up in just a few minutes.
That's true.
You just won't see Nick's face.
I'll still be here. I'm always here.
You'll still be here, which means it's time for the Grum Down, brought to you by the Roof Freeze at John Higgins Weather Guard. Hot mic! Many will say it during the commercials. What's going on? Why is Jack saying words? Why is he typing into his laptop or whatever he does? Well, it's because he's talking to you during commercial breaks. Some say it's better than the actual show, which I view as kind of a compliment to Jack, but also mainly a diss towards us.
Yeah, what the hell?
Jack, what is going on?
It's mainly the latter. Yeah, I'm not that. It's not that good. So it's probably mainly the latter.
Is this what it's like to be a Gen Xer when everyone just craps all over your generation?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I'm
the
sure.
The show is Gen X and the breaks are millennials.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. And Gen Z also on air.
We're here.
Yep, you're here as well.
Hello.
We mentioned it just a moment ago. Nebraska basketball won again last night. Is Nebraska basketball good?
Oh,
in the Josh Hodson accent. What? Let's
just calm down. We don't need to get into it now, but just calm down, okay?
Okay.
Calm down.
Okay. Sam McKewon, as I mentioned, he'll join us in just a few minutes. We'll talk about a variety of things, kind of any which way. Jack has been very busy today. He said it during the what's the show called? I always
Sideshow.
Thank you.
Sideshow,
He did not read my text to him about the topics of today.
I mean, I did then.
Yeah. But one of the things Jack and I never do is plan our interviews together. But because we don't do interviews together very often, we're kind of all over the place. Mm-hmm. So let's see what the hell we end up talking about in our back and forth with Sam McKewon in just a few minutes.
Sam's cool. You'll be fine.
Sam is cool.
What we're going to talk about? I don't even know. Yeah.
Yep. We'll find out. The spring game is gone. It's dead. It's no more. Should we have talked about this yesterday? I don't care. We'll see if Jack Mitchell cares that the spring game.
I'm glad we have this topic. I'm excited about this topic.
Topic alert. That girl is topics. Jack Mitchell handshake meme Creighton honks.
What?
People are wondering if, like that thing in Korea where the North and South, they come together. What's that little area called, Jack?
The
militarized zone.
DMZ.
Graphic up, Nick, of John Bishop and Jack Mitchell standing in the demilitarized zone, but instead of the North Korea and South Korea flags, it is a Creighton flag and a Nebraska flag. Let's put this together.
Okay.
Because we'll talk about this. There you go, Nick. Handshake. Well, I don't know, Nick, why you're being so weird about this.
I don't know how many good pictures of the DMZ there are.
What do you mean?
There's
Google
none.
Right
You
now.
can't take pictures of it. It's illegal.
I've seen video of it.
That's fake.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Nick, just
AI.
Google it. You'll find it. Handshake meme. Kent Walgamont. Does he actually hate Jack Mitchell now? Find out in about an hour.
Wow.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't.
Did you see his reaction to your pick, Jack?
Wow.
He gave himself CTE, probably.
It was not my pick. Again, let's be clear. I take no blame for this. Kent can have his issue with it. This was not my pick, but I'm fine to do it as well.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Here's a topic that I know Jack will love and Nick will hate. Today we count down to the 2025 college football playoff.
You know, NAIA baseball has started, which means it's baseball season.
I don't care.
Let's just talk about baseball.
We're talking about the 2025 CFP, Jack. Bill Connolly put together what he expects the playoff to be as of today. Jack, these round one matchups, spectacular.
Let's go.
I can't
Well,
wait to
we got to talk about it. Yeah, I suppose it isn't changing this year in format yet, I think, but we need to talk about that too.
Exactly. It is a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking.
Send us you and your beer on One Beer Friday, please.
Like old man Doug did from Grand Cayman. What's Grand Cayman, Jack? It's not the Grand Cayman.
It's just east of Grand Island. No, yeah, it's the Cayman Islands. Yeah, no, I've been there.
Yeah. I was going to say he looks tan and he's wearing a shirt.
It's a great place.
He looks warm. The photo looks like it is warm.
It's a lovely place.
It's very windy.
Bluest water I've ever seen.
Wow. Poll question. Where's the blue? Well, not poll question. Just
don't drink that water, though.
No, don't do that.
Don't drink it.
And Jack, I got to say it. Your city at it again.
Oh, boy.
The Lincoln traffic. Wait till we show you the video
later
on of your city this morning, Jack.
Crime Town at it again.
Crime Town Nick at it again.
Jim Carrey, here we go again, GIF.
Yep. Nice reference, Jack. I've never seen that movie. It's, oh boy, here we go.
It feels
Bridget
weird.
Jones' Diary, if I remember right.
It feels weird to say Jim Carrey, here we go again, GIF.
Verbal GIFs are good. I like to do that because there's no other way to communicate what I feel. And I can do it by doing. Everybody knew what I meant when I said that, right?
I did. Did you know what he meant?
No. Or you could say it's like Jim Carrey. Here we go again.
You don't know
It's better to say what I said.
Huge chin.
No.
It's like, oh boy, here we go again.
You said, I've only been on the internet my whole life, and you've never seen this. This is an internet meme.
I wasn't on that part of the internet.
Wow, sad. All right, well, we'll tweet that to Nick during the
verbal
break.
GIFs.
Yeah, like verbal memes, verbal handshakes.
I'm going to use verbal GIFs all day today.
All right, perfect. I pronounce it GIF, but I'll allow it.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
I won't do that.
The creator, the God of the GIF, Nick, said, I want it to be called GIF. And you're telling God to not give Noah the ark? Nick, is that what you're telling him?
I'm telling you that the guy who created GIF doesn't know how language works.
Interesting. But he knows how internet language works. And I'm happy for him as a lover of the meme that Jack just referenced. 402-951-1620. That's the phone number. You can give us a call. You can give us a text. It's unsponsored. That's why today it's a Jack Mitchell hotline.
Oh, nice.
Reach us there. You can also email us at Equitable Bank Inbox. No, Jack, you're good. You're on the barter system. Well, you're giving us your time today. We give you the phone line.
If you want to Venmo me like $5, though.
Also, Jack, we will pay you for this as well. Equitable Bank Inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or jackm@broadcasthouse.com. That works too if you want to reach out to Jack.
I doubt I'll check it during the show, but go for it.
Perfect. Yeah, Jack doesn't read the chat during the show. Just commercial.
I'm reading the chat the whole time.
Oh, I bet. Sorry, I was thinking about yourself on the internet other times. JTech Construction's on Twitter feed at USC1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Jack Mitchell LNK, and at Grim and Nim.
There it is.
Yep, there it is indeed. All those topics and more. Look at that, Jack. We're already an hour done. This is very sad. My time with you is almost over. I never get a chance to talk to you on Wednesdays or Saturdays
If
anymore.
you keep focusing on counting down, you'll never enjoy things in the moment.
Well, let's enjoy Sam McKewon.
You know what? The best part of memories are making them, you know.
Yeah,
that's
Nick.
true.
Have you ever heard that?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
I've said it.
Have you, Nick?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. All right, Sam McKewon joins us next. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell, and someone who's trying to call me right now. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Okay, what are we talking about now? Oh, yeah, we're talking about how maybe I could have been a star football player if my pads were smaller. But I guess everyone, would have had that advantage then. So I probably would have been equally spread. Or what if I just went with a different route than everyone else? Although they were all required. They were very much sticklers about it. In fact, when I was in junior high, they made us wear if you were a lineman, you had to wear forearm pads and stuff. It was ridiculous. Forearm pads. Hey, get off my show. You have to pay to be on this. East Lincoln restaurants in the 90s. Okay. Well, I mean, it all starts and ends with grandmothers, which that went more than the 90s, but that's the beginning and the end. Let's see, what's another? What about There was that steakhouse over there on 70th and O. Was that a Lone Star? I always get Lone Star and Bum Steer mixed up. They're both gone now, but they were both in Lincoln for a while. I remember when they opened a Julio's in Lincoln in that building where the Bum Steer is for like a very short period of time, which I believe it's an Omaha place, isn't it? Garden Cafe. Nice call, Troy. I don't know why that wasn't the first thing I thought of. I know that's an Omaha thing too. And I swear Lincoln is more pro Garden Cafe than Omaha. And I'll say it before anybody else says this because Omaha has better taste than Lincoln or something like that. Okay, whatever. Yeah, my grandma loved that place. Val's Italian Grand Buffet. No, if you did not ever have the experience of going to the Grand Italian Buffet circa 1993, I don't care what you think. Care what you think. That was an experience. It was something that you were looking forward to for days, for weeks, if you knew you were going there. There were so many people. People used to wait at restaurants always so much that nobody does that anymore. We wait so long. In fact, you would wait so long at that Grand Italian Buffet. You were sitting there waiting to go to the buffet. They'd bring you out a pizza in the waiting room, and you just eat pizza while you're waiting to eat pizza. That's a thing. That was a thing. It was amazing. Grisanti's, nice. The Pantry Green River drink, nice. Yeah, the Pantry. That doesn't, I mean, it's changed brands, but that restaurant's kind of still around as the eatery. Grisanti's is a good one. The bread where there was like a lake of butter sitting on the top. You remember that? You could like visibly see a good half inch of liquid butter.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell with you on this One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking as the weekend arrives. It's very sunny outside. Hopefully the wind is going away. It was very windy this morning. We go to the hotline, the Jack Mitchell hotline as we're calling it this afternoon, and welcome in good friend of the Grum from the Omaha World Herald. You can also read his work at huskerextra.com. It is Sam McKewon joining us on this Friday. Sam, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, man. I'm good. How are you guys doing, Jack? Congratulations on the afternoon show in Lincoln.
Thank you very much, Sam. Appreciate it.
We are doing very, very well. Sam, I wanted to start the conversation with basketball, mainly because I found myself listening to you on the Pick Six pod earlier this week, you and Evan, and you were talking about the team, and obviously that would have been before last night's win. But I found myself kind of like nodding in agreement with you, if not for your opinions, maybe even for the tone of how you were giving them, because Fred Hoiberg obviously very accomplished with what he did before Nebraska. For the most part, before the last, 2 years-ish now, he's done a mostly bad job in Lincoln. But the job has mostly been a bad job throughout your lifetime and mine. And so, we have all of that kind of baggage associated with him as they're trying to have another good year after the breakthrough year. And ultimately, I don't really know what my question is here. It's just more, they find that the discussion that surrounds Nebraska basketball right now, I find just really interesting, just given the state of the program ahead of the final month plus of the regular season.
Well, in some ways, I think what I'm trying to promote is a sense of optimism and of belief of what's possible. Because yes, Nebraska lost 6 in a row. Anybody who watched those games saw, Nebraska probably could have won 3 of them, lost all 6. Now they beat Illinois, ugly game. They probably were owed one by the basketball gods a little bit. They got it. They won it. It was a good one to win. And now, and I wrote this on Twitter last night, there's no reason why Nebraska can't go on a run of win. And that's the way I think you got to look at it. It can't be, this poor, self-effacing, Nebraska got one win, and they can't possibly expect to go win at Oregon. Well, yeah, they can. Oregon's a fine team, but they're not Purdue, and, they're not Purdue at home for sure, and they're not Michigan State at home. They'll probably have about 3,500 fans in the bleachers, and it will be quiet, and it will be a winnable environment. And they play Washington, then they play Maryland and Ohio State, teams that they've beaten in PBA before. Then they go to Northwestern and Penn State. No reason why you can't go 5-1, 4-1, or 5-1 in the next stretch. And I think that's the way people got to look at it. I think the expectation level has to be a little higher. I think Nebraska's environment for basketball games is actually really good. And you have to credit, University of Nebraska and PBA and all the rest. And this is not. I mean, I went to the University of Nebraska. I attended the university back in the '90s, and I remember the Doc Sadler era. And when you walk up to the Devaney Center, there might actually be cobwebs on the doors. This is not that. I mean, that is a premier venue down there. They've got a coach that everybody respects and has gotten it done. I don't think they've got the most NIL money, but the school that does is Indiana, and they're not winning anything. And so, there's no reason to expect Nebraska to be like lesser than based on their history. Who they've been for the last 12 years is not what they were before that. And, I think what I said on the podcast was, why can't Nebraska be Iowa State? I watched Iowa State for 2 games in Omaha last year, and I have a heck of a lot of respect for TJ Otzelberger and that team. But you look at their athletes on the floor, they're not, they're not Illinois from last year, and they lost to Illinois. They're not the most incredible team you've ever seen. They play really hard and they make shots, and that's why they win. And there's no reason why Nebraska can't be that. Nebraska plays hard. They don't make many shots. And I do feel like Fred's got to get more shooters in his program, because it's very hard to win games the way that they shoot the ball sometimes.
Sam, you talked about facilities, but there's always been some perception out there, and I don't even know how it's defined, but that Nebraska isn't fully investing. Nebraska isn't giving enough attention to basketball, and that's the reason that they struggle to do what an Iowa State or a Kansas State or Wisconsin has done in basketball. Is there still some truth to that? This day, has that changed? Was that the case at some point, or when did it change? But because I know there's a perception out there like that.
Sam?
I lost you for a second. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Well, my question basically is there's kind of been a long time perception about Nebraska basketball that they just have never been able to get up to the level of even the Kansas States, Iowa States to do what they've done, or Wisconsin, because there's some level of the administration not taking it seriously, giving them enough resources, that kind of thing, just holding something back. Was that ever the case? And if so, is that still the case, do you think?
I think it was the case prior to the move and prior to the Hendricks being built. I mean, I think Doc Sadler was pretty good about it, actually. But yeah, they had a subpar arena and they had a subpar training facility and whatever, playing in Maple Blee Hall or whatever they were doing for a while. I'm going through the Big Ten budgets as we speak and looking at the basketball budgets. And to be clear, there are teams in the Big Ten that spend more money. Illinois does, Michigan State does. There is something to be said for the history of those programs, the amount of salaries that they're paying out, some of the support staff that they have. There's things that Nebraska can do, but proportionally, here's the way I would put it. Proportionally speaking, there are football programs in the Big Ten proportionally that are spending a heck of a lot more money on coaching salaries than proportionally Michigan State is to Nebraska in basketball. Ohio State in football last year, now this obviously includes bonuses, so you got to figure all that in, but Ohio State's salary payout in fiscal year 23-24 was $28 million to its football coaches. Nebraska was somewhere around 12.9. Penn State was around 21 million. This is a lot of money to be paying out. And so there's schools that are paying a lot of money in football too. And nobody stands around and go, well, does Nebraska, should they take a back seat? I think Nebraska basketball is not the best funded basketball program in the league based on the numbers that I have in front of me, but it's certainly not the worst. And based on the numbers in front of me, it's equal to Maryland. And Maryland's not. Maryland's trying. So I do think Nebraska's got some support. And again, why not? The NCAA tournament should just be the minimum expectation every year. There's really no reason going forward why it's got to be, if he makes it this year, then we can take a couple of years off and we'll see what happens in 2 more years. There's just no reason for that. If that's the expectation, then hire a coach who doesn't command the attention and the financial support that the current coach does. I don't think that's what Nebraska wants. I think they want big salaries and they want big success.
Sam McKewon, Omaha World Herald, joining us on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Along the line, Sam, of spending money, and that was another thing that you and Evan talked about, and you're putting together this big project, and I can't wait to read it and check it out. I'm wondering, I guess, like nuts and bolts behind the scenes, like what was it that initially interested you in it? Because I mean, we find ourselves, of course, in a fascinating spot with college athletics. I know that I've been wondering about Nebraska and spending money lately because of what Penn State seems to be doing and how they're going all in after Michigan State, or Michigan rather, and Ohio State also went all in over the last couple of years, and just wondering, would Nebraska ever do such a thing? Why start this project in the first place?
I think just my general interest in what the financial profile and snapshot is for a lot of different things, and not just football, but baseball and volleyball and men's and women's basketball and some of the other niche sports that you find at schools in the Big Ten. Obviously, the Big Ten is a big hockey league. So just kind of looking at, what they do versus what volleyball at Nebraska does, things like that. So it's a passion of mine and an interest of mine to try to get my arms around it and try to see kind of what the story is. And of course, it's not always easy to figure out exactly what's going on. For example, for whatever reason, Rutgers chooses not to designate any of their media rights dollars to football. I don't know why, but as it stands, Rutgers allocates all its media rights dollars to just no sport at all. And so if you're just to look at the raw number, Rutgers football generates less revenue than Nebraska volleyball, which makes no sense. Every other school allocates the media rights towards the sport that obviously is getting paid for it, which is football. So there's little things that come into play, and I like those little details. And it's interesting to look at recruiting and who spends what. And again, Nebraska football is actually probably midpoint on that docket. They don't necessarily spend as much as some other schools, but neither does Ohio State. And I think some of that is because what recruiting is becoming is NIL. You put your money and your time and your effort not into flyers and brochures, but into NIL dollars for the student athlete.
Yeah, and I was just going to ask you about NIL. I know you were talking about university spent budgets, and obviously to some degree that's going to be a little bit more in the NIL field here soon with the settlement, assuming that goes through. Sam, I always hear a lot of people tell me comparatively, well, here's where Nebraska is compared to whomever NIL wise, right? Nebraska's doing well. They're doing well. I have no idea if that's ever true. How good of a sense do you have for something like that? How good do you believe the people that are telling you all these comparisons, or how good of a handle do you think there is to be had on something like that unless you're in the room?
I don't think there's that great a handle to be had at this moment. I think a lot of it is hearsay. A lot of it is liar's poker. I'm not saying that people are necessarily lying all the time, but my point being that people will set a market with the intention of creating demand, and that's just pretty natural. And so, I think there's a little bit of this, this school's doing this. What are you doing here? I think there's been moments where schools have called other schools and said, is this what you're actually paying? And schools are like, no. I think that's probably happened where, coaches have called each other because they're trying to keep the kid honest, and that's happened. I do feel confident that Ohio State had the most expensive roster in college football. But here's what I would say. I think some of this NIL conversation is being driven by recruiting sites. They've done a good job of getting into this market and sort of trying to monetize it for themselves and trying to put evaluations around things, and that all seems kind of murky, and all of a sudden these NIL reporters emerge and they seem to know everything, and again they're all kind of working with the agents, and it becomes hard to tell the difference between reporting on this stuff or working in lockstep with some of the operations. So it can be hard to ascertain what's going on. It's going to take a level of transparency that we don't have and we probably won't get. I'd be very surprised if we get revenue sharing. We might get 15 million went to football, but I don't think we're going to get individual breakdowns. I don't think that's coming. we always used to be told, oh, well, this so-and-so and such is getting this bag of money, and there's a car here and a car there and all that stuff. And,
Right.
and honestly, we never quite know what the truth of that is either. So it's a hard market to quite understand. There's a lot of rumors that float around. And, you know, when you try to pin people down, then they're like, oh, well, I mean, I don't know. And you know, then they don't want to tell you. So it's tricky.
Sam, last one from me. The news, or I guess the scuttlebutt that had been going around about the spring game going away, or at the very least changing, ended up being true this week when Dan had mentioned it a couple of days ago. Is in terms of like making up that revenue, I was thinking this morning about it, like how to do so. Is there a world where Nebraska would ever consider in the OTA-ification of college football, like opening up practices more, trying to sell, hey, you want to come watch them for a couple hours every day like we see in the NFL, and trying to make up revenue that way? Or is this just going to be a bath that they're willing to take?
Well, they certainly could. I mean, I think that's a great idea. I think what you balance it against is in the NFL, that stuff is kind of mandatory. And in college football, I think there's a concern that you're going to be giving up some level of
state secrets.
Yeah. And yeah, so I that's a good question. I think you definitely could do that. You definitely could create that situation. You could also have a situation where you decide to go to Omaha, you go to Burke. Burke's probably the biggest stadium, maybe Buell, Burke or Buell, and you have a practice up there, and you charge $20. Instead of charging whatever they charge the spring game, you charge $20. Well, you'd probably fill it up at one of those two stadiums. And so maybe you do something like that. Obviously, Nebraska volleyball is not trying to make a bunch of money off the spring match, but they know what they're doing too. There's opportunities here to make up that money. The spring game, it probably peaked. I was telling this to somebody, maybe I said it on a podcast. It probably peaked in 1998 when Bobby Newcomb ran for 92 yards in that game and won the quarterback job. Or maybe it peaked, when Bill Callahan took the job, or Scott Frost's first spring game and Adrian Martinez lit it up, and everybody walked out of the stadium going, well, there's the next Heisman Trophy winner. But it just hasn't been quite the same in recent years, and everybody kind of knows why.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm okay with, like Matt Rule's first spring game here. We were kind of looking at our watch, like, dang, he's been playing football now for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I think it can be done, and I think everybody's going to be okay with it. It's not, nobody's going to love it, but everybody's going to be okay with it.
Sam, you just gave me a flashback of 1998, going to the mailbox in my in the student center in Orange City, Iowa, to pick up a VHS tape that my mom had sent me of the 98 spring game, and seeing my first look at Bobby Newcomb. I believe John Bishop might have called that TV on the spring game that year.
He probably did.
Yeah.
They announced the starter like on Monday.
Yeah.
It was very odd. Like, I'm like, really? And well, yeah, they did. They announced the starter on Monday, and then the following year they waited until like the Saturday before, or like the Monday of like the game week, and then Eric didn't come to practice, and so it was really interesting. Oh yeah, that was a big deal when you made that run. Everybody was like, oh my God,
Yeah. I had read about it, and I could not wait. I have never wanted to get a VHS tape, in the VCR so bad, because I'm imagining it all this time, because I'm reading, the coverage online, the early days of online from that you had out there, or they would mail me newspapers, and I would read them that way. Hey, I do have one more question. I could do 90s nostalgia all day. One more question, Sam, a volleyball question. It's interesting. With Danny Busby Kelly coming in, because you think of University of Nebraska's experience with bringing in former players or hand-picked coaches hasn't always been the best. Now, it's a little unfair to Danny Busby Kelly, because she's got a better resume than any of the people that you might be associating with me saying that. All that said, like, how difficult following the guy everybody talks about is always difficult. How difficult is it in the exact context of where Nebraska volleyball is right now for Danny Busby Kelly, given everything?
Well, it won't be easy, but I will say that her resume at Louisville is equal to, and perhaps better than, Cook's resume at Wisconsin. It's probably equal to Cook's resume at Wisconsin. Everybody knows that John Cook came in right away, and he was following the legend and Terry Pettit, and he won a national championship immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's probably a lot to ask. You don't know if they can win a national title right away next year. I wouldn't count it out. But yeah, I mean, she's going to be ready for it, though. I think Cook probably thought long and hard about who was going to be that person over the years, and you know, the way he described it yesterday, he's like, well, you know, I kind of called her after Christmas. It's almost like he called her maybe first, and was like, and that's a lot of trust. Like you're calling the people that, you know, you're calling the person who you really trust. And the way that he talked about her yesterday just makes you think that his respect level for her is off the charts. I think she's going to come in and do a really good job. She got it done at Louisville. She won a lot there. Fell short in a couple national title matches, but you know, that's not bad at all. I mean, she did a great job there, and I think she uniquely understands what the program is. Even now, the teams that she was a part of in 05 and 06 were arguably the greatest teams that Nebraska's ever had. One lost in the national title, and the other one won one. And she played with Larson and Patton, so she knows, and she will understand, and maybe better than anyone else has, the shoes that she's filling. And yeah, I mean, you got to give a person like that grace, right? Like they got to have an opportunity to shape the program their way. But everybody, just like Dannon said, he got reached out on social media that if he didn't hire Danny, you know, he's going to get run out of town. So he knew, and everybody else did, and it just seems like a seamless transition. You got to really tip your hat to Cook. I mean, he handled the last thing that he did as coach in Nebraska volleyball was handled as perfectly as it could have been, and just a master class in how to transition things. She'll have a heck of a reception next week.
Sam McKewon, Omaha World Herald, HuskerExtra.com. Looking forward, Sam, as always, to the rewind this weekend. Thank you so much for taking some time for us on this Friday.
Have a beautiful Friday.
You too. Sam McKewon joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. A lot of interesting stuff in there, Jack. Like you said, you could do 90s nostalgia all day. There was a part of me that was like, should we just carve out 30 minutes now to talk about if you were a Bobby Newcomb or Eric Crouch guy? Because I know that many of our listeners would have many opinions on that. Probably shouldn't, though, on January 31st. Let's put a pin in that. Maybe that's a summer topic. That girl is topics. We could do that in the summer. Were you a Newcomb guy I'll ask you though, Jack, in 15 seconds, were you a Newcomb guy or were you a Crouch guy?
I think I was then probably a Crouch guy at that time.
The only Newcomb I know is Duke Newcomb.
I don't even know who Duke Newcomb is.
It's a video game.
Okay.
It's a video game.
Yeah.
Glad I
think I was a Crouch guy.
Glad I can translate for you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack.
Charles says Jack for sure was a Frankie London guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, keep him on the bench. Keep him on the bench.
Did Frankie London say, hello, Governor?
Nice. Very, very good.
Would you like some beans in a cup?
We have Kent Walgamont still to come. We have not talked at all yet today about Nebraska's win last night, so we can do that when we return.
They won.
Including tales from Courtside. What was it like for Jack Mitchell having glasses of wine or champagne?
VIP.
He talked with people. He was sending me photos, and then he also took the worst selfie of all time.
I agree.
I can't believe you would have the opportunity that you had, Jack, and then spoil it with that selfie.
Yeah. Now no one will remember that you were courtside. They'll just remember the selfie.
It's a real amateur move.
Yeah. Tough look, Jack.
Sorry, I'm not a millennial. I don't know how to take selfies. Burn.
Yeah, understandable. That's not a burn. That's a compliment towards me for knowing how to take selfies. Though I feel like I'm not even as good. See, like the old heads will remember, you had to turn the phone. Like you had to be really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I used to have to.
Okay, all right.
I didn't grow up with front-facing cameras.
All right, this is like the thing you're reading, Jack, where Gen Z is like, well, actually, I'm not that much younger.
That's
than
what
Yep. There it is. There it is. Here we go.
Classic.
Fight.
Classic Gen
We
Z.
had similar experiences.
Though I remember that tragedy in a certain year, and you were still pooping your diapers. I'm just saying, Jack.
I was in kindergarten.
Send us your first tragedy.
I was pooping my underwear.
On the
I was
Jake's
in law
Construction
school.
Zone Twitter feed. Also, is the Guess the NFL game? I should have asked you off there. Is this still rolling on, Nick, into next week? I hope you've enjoyed the Guess the NFL game. I don't know if it's still going on, but it's here, so I'm going to read this. Your chance to win $100. All you have to do is correctly call in and guess Well, you don't have to correctly call it. You have to call it and correctly guess the game.
I mean, you have to correctly call in.
That's
Otherwise,
true.
you're not calling us.
More details online today at 1620thezone.com.
Back to the sideshow. Was I in law school when Solich was hired? No, I was in college then, undergrad. I graduated undergrad in 2000. Then came back here, went to law school here, and got a degree that I only use to show off mostly. At least I don't make people like put Esquire behind my name or something like some people do. Back in my day, cameras had film in them. Yes. That's there's an old person experience to talk about how great it was. Getting your film developed and coming and getting the excitement of seeing what they all looked like. You had no idea for quite some time. I remember the camera I took to college. I thought it was amazing. It had a switch. You could do 3 modes of photos. It was like very manual. It wasn't digital or anything. It had like a panoramic, like long one. All it did was, it was still the same size thing. And then a couple of different size. I don't know. I thought it was amazing. Take the film to 100%, Troy. I don't know why. That's the exact place I thought of where we're both probably because we both apparently grew up in the same area. Getting judged by the 1 hour photo clerk for the content of your photos. Yeah. Then they also had like the drive-through ones. Or do you remember, do you remember they would have like the disposable flashes too? That would be in like a silver wrapper and you'd put them on top. Like if you were going to be doing some dark photography. Oh man, I just remember the camera that my parents always had. Do you remember the ones that like folded out almost like it's I don't know what to call it. I'm doing it with my hands and nobody can see me right now. Like it would be like shaped like an L when you use it. You take the top off the bottom. That was a camera my parents had that I remember growing up completely. Back in the day, selfies were standing in front of the mirror and point the camera just right so the flash didn't bounce back. Yeah, that's like an early aughts, like MySpace thing, isn't it? A lot of that. Do I remember the disc camera? My dad had a digital camera. This is late 90s that took a floppy disk, like the 3-inch floppy disks, the hard plastic ones, but it took a full one of those in it. And so imagine how big this camera is, putting one of those floppy, and it old technology, so it wasn't that small either. But yeah, see, my dad had one of those. It was crazy, but it was amazing at the time. So you put that file right on there and right on that floppy disk, pop it out, right in there. Wasn't there a drive-through bank kiosk at Meadow Lane? Possibly. 70s and 80s. Okay.
It's Jack Mitchell throwing the key away, but don't worry. He'll unzip his lips in just a little bit, and then he'll be back talking to you during the break about cameras and college.
And floppy things.
We know how you line up a floppy. Nick, do you know anything about those floppy disks?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Maybe we're not so different. You and
No.
I.
It's crazy.
There
Do
it
you know about
is.
mini discs, though? Did you ever use a mini disc?
I never used them, but I know of them.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
only like 2 years apart, aren't we?
You guys are the same age. You're basically the same thing, Josh.
Jack,
Quit trying to.
Jack, you're 10 years older than me, and I feel like you're an entirely different person. Look at how your hat is.
What's wrong with my hat?
I'm just saying it's of a different era.
Bend the crap out of your hat.
I bought this thing in like 2017.
See, I feel like no, it's not the year, it's the bend, Jack. I feel like all of the way that we all wear our hats are of our generations. Jack still bends it like it's a duck. Mine is sitting here normally. Nick lets his hair hang down.
Now, I can't.
I put my hair back underneath my hat.
Yes, 100%. I'm with you on that, Josh. Yeah. I could not do what you're doing with your hat, Nick, would drive me insane.
So it's a combination of two things. When my hair is a little longer, I will do that, but that's when I go to wear it backwards at that point.
Okay.
At that point, I use it as a hair clip.
Okay.
The other thing is I knew a guy who said that the reason he lost a bunch of his hair is because he would wear his hats all the time, and he'd always tuck his hair
That's
back.
fake. That's pretend.
I don't want to risk it. I've got great hair.
Look at that. Wow. See, Jack, have I gotten younger over the course of the last 2 seconds?
Wow. You seriously look 5 years younger. Wow.
This is wild.
What's up, fellow Kids.
Hey, guys, do we want to go have some beers
I
later?
didn't realize there's a line between the Z's and the millennials about whether you put your hair out under your hat.
I didn't either until right now.
Sun's out, hair's out.
I've never asked Nick why he does that, but now
I didn't think it mattered. I'll
no,
do it.
you're putting it on. So you're still putting it on her. You got to put it on this way, and then like front
Okay.
here, like this,
Okay.
like that. Nope, you're still doing. Okay, I mean you got it there.
I
Look
don't
at
like
Nick.
that. I
Wow,
don't
Nick
like
suddenly
that.
looks older.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much.
Wow, this is amazing.
No.
Charles says Josh is 12. Yeah, Jack. I mean, it's just
Do I look younger?
kind of sure.
Jack, you look creepier.
Wow.
Yeah, I sweep that. I don't want to see. In fact, I saw one once, and I was like, "Get that back up there." I'm on camera. I don't want any out of that. I will always. When it comes to the, it's funny. Keena said 3 white dudes wearing baseball caps are so different from one another. It really is. The three fully different styles that we've displayed here.
We are fully different whites.
We are.
On the
a
ground.
variety of whites. No, I will always, when it comes to my hat bill, emulate my Lord and Savior Scott Frost when it comes to hat bills.
Sad. You always wanted him kept around. You said,
yeah.
please give him a lifetime deal there,
Listen,
Trev.
there was one thing he always did right, and that was his hat bill. But that dude had it down. Some of the Central Florida hats he wore in that game against Auburn were some of the greatest hat bill bends I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Ever seen. The perfect angle,
the area codes.
Area codes?
They had area codes, Nick, on the sides of
I
the
don't care
hat
about
and
that.
on the helmets, and then they got rid of them, and we never knew why.
Just look
Was
up.
it each player's individual area
Yeah,
code?
so it'd be on their helmet. So, like, for me, it would have said 402 right here on the helmet.
Then mine would have said 712.
Yeah, and I thought it was cool. And then it just disappeared one day, and they were like, why did it disappear? And Frost was like, I just took them away. I've said it before. If I could ask Scott Frost anything, I wouldn't ask him about a margarita machine. I wouldn't ask him about golden tea in the offices. I would ask, what happened to the area codes?
It's
It's the mystery because it's so like meaningless. It doesn't matter, but I also like have a weird care for it. It's like if I went to heaven, Nick, and God was like, you can ask me anything you want. I'd probably ask him some stupid question about something. Like, can you just show me a replay of Nebraska winning their first national championship but put me in the stadium? I don't know. Be something like that. So there you go.
Sorry, I'm looking up Scott Frost hat bill pics. Nice.
Yeah. Wow. Interesting.
Oh, look at that one. You can share one to your screen if you want to see a great one.
Yeah. Feel free. You can share it if you'd like.
Share that. Oh, I can't do it. I think you guys have to be the one. It also wasn't filling up my full screen, but
okay. Well, I don't want to. I'd have
just
to make it.
could you just please do that? Come on.
Where is it? Or did you put
just
it?
go on the bottom. Share the screen. Share my screen.
Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. This is going to be That is like the worst graphic ever, Jack.
That would make a cool flag right there. That looks like My America,
Scott Frost flag. That is amazing. Why did it do that, Jack? Why is it just
because I didn't want to show the article it was from, and so I went to view image only. I thought it would like center it or something.
If you want to make a Scott Frost flag?
Yeah, sure.
For whenever we talk about Scott Frost, this could be our little logo that we use.
That picture right there. Look at that.
Look at how happy he looks.
Am I matching that very well?
There you go.
Do we have the same bed?
Want me to use that picture for the Scott Frost flag?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, he's a UCF. Jack, send that to Nick. He's a UCF guy now, Nick.
He is.
He's back there. Some text coming in from the 402. Let's see. Is the hat stuff a Zoomer thing or because he was told something one time by a random guy? Yeah, good question. So is this some random guy that told you this and it's the advice that you're taking for years?
It was my first stepfather.
Your first stepfather.
Who was bald.
And so you think it's because of the way he wore his hat?
I think that had a factor in it because he said he used to have delicious long flowing hair and he kept doing this.
See, but why wearing a hat backwards why would it do that? Wow, Jack, this is...
See, obviously Nick's wrong, doy.
I just don't understand why wearing the hat backwards would like rip your hair follicles out.
No, not necessarily backwards, but just like how you do it. Like you rip your
pulling
your hair up like that and then go like that.
I mean, it does make some sense now that you mention it.
I don't think that's how it works, though.
Well, I'm not going to risk it, and I don't.
Risk it, no bit. Man, it's going to be a real big bummer for you if you still lose your hair.
I've got great hair and great hair genetics.
Wow.
It's not going anywhere.
Look at Nick.
The trade-off is I go gray early, but I have thick hair.
Who cares about going
I don't.
gray?
I
Who
don't
cares? Who cares?
I don't
about going
care.
gray?
Yeah, look at me. I don't care, obviously.
Yeah, Jack
Man.
doesn't care. He's wearing a gray sweatshirt. Like, that's how much he likes being gray. And his hat is gray.
And a gray hat.
Wow, it's like that one time that you wore all black and it looked like your computer broke because of the color of your clothing.
Yeah,
that was wild.
That was like when you put the white paper in front of the camera, but it was the opposite.
It's like when you watch an Eastern Washington game and you think your television broke for 5 seconds. J-Man says, if Josh went to heaven, Josh passes, and Jera meets him, he'll be in the right place. And then it's fire emojis. I'm not going to meet Jerry in hell when I die, am I, Jack?
No, I don't know. I'm not totally sure. I'm not sure about Jerry's situation.
Tina says these colors don't run in reference to the Scott Frost flag. Well played. And then Icon says Nick is a big old wives / stepdad's tales person. This does sound like an old wives' tale. Don't put your hair up when you wear your hat, or you'll go bald like me, Sonny boy. You do. I do too, though, Nick. And look at how I'm wearing my hat.
For now.
I'm almost 40, man. I got great hair. I mean, a great hair.
Listen, you might be right. That might have happened to me. Perhaps that happened to me. Like, my dad had a complete full head of hair. Like, had no balding whatsoever. And I obviously have a different situation. But you know what I did? I didn't look like a moron for most of my younger life wearing hats.
There you go.
You think I look like a moron?
So I traded it. No, you look great. No, I didn't mean
you look awesome.
You look great, no matter what.
All right, and that was not talking Nebraska basketball, so we'll do that when we return. And so we talked about hats and hairlines. Oh, there's the segment title for you, Nick. Hats and hairlines.
Hats and hairlines.
All right, we will talk Nebraska basketball as they pick up a massive win last night versus ranked Illinois. Has Jack Mitchell been right about Nebraska all along? People are wanting to know. We'll discuss that when we return. Also, Kent Walgamot will join us in a little bit, but before that, Jack will continue to talk to you during commercial breaks. So enjoy that right now on 1620 The Zone.
But I'm going to have to pee one of these times. And I finished my S. Pellegrino or whatever. My wife likes those things. I don't know that I do. I used to, my mom used to drink LaCroix when that first came out. And for the life of me, I could not understand why in the world anyone would drink that. And my friends would be in the basement. We had a fridge in our basement and we would always just keep popping there, and we would be out. And the only thing that was in there is LaCroix. And so we all tried it to see what it was like. And we were like, why would you ever do this? And now, I mean, that's basically what I was just drinking. That's kind of what I've gotten so used to the carbonation from drinking a lot of pop that it's kind of good. So I like I drink the bubbly ones. Those are good. I like the pineapple coconut bubbly one. It makes me feel like I'm on a beach. You know, I'll do that. I'll drive around when it's like 50 and sunny, take one of those in the car, put on some Buffett, and it's like I'm on a changes in latitude situation for me. So I really like that. But so I apparently have come around on when my mom was my age and drank that crappy LaCroix. For sure. Pamplemousse. Is that LaCroix? Is that a flavor of LaCroix? I don't even know. And I always get lime. Always do lime or some kind of tropical pineapple coconut situation. I got no interest in like strawberry. I don't know what the one I just had was. It wasn't very good. That was my wife's. They also have the plain, just plain seltzer water. I've never had like the green bottle, like S. Pellegrino, like the stuff, San Pellegrino, the stuff that they put, like, I don't know if people know this. I've been to Italy, not to brag, but you have to order either sparkling or flat water, and most people take sparkling, just no flavor, sparkling water. That I don't get. That I don't think I get at all. Grapefruit. God, why is there grapefruit flavored anything? Okay, like why are there so many items that they put variety packs of, and they'll put in a grapefruit flavored something? Can I ask you another question? Why in the world of alcoholic seltzers, not like LaCroix, but like alcoholic, like Truly, White Claw. I guess White Claw is in this way, but so many, like almost none of them can you buy just one flavor, and they'll put all of them are 4. So if you find a flavor you like, you can never get just that, and they always have some assy grapefruit freaking flavor or a lemon flavor in there that tastes like Pledge. Always. Grapefruit is the only citrus soda that's good. God, wow, grapefruit. I don't even like real grapefruit. My dad used to sit and eat in the morning for breakfast. I'd walk down. He had a grapefruit like cut in half. And I don't know if you put like sugar on it or salt or what. And then it was just a halved grapefruit. And he'd just scoop it up with his fork. And that is what he'd have for breakfast. And I was like, and then I would pour myself like a popcorn bowl sized bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch or Peanut Butter Crunch. Or man,
Jack, I think grapefruit is disgusting.
Thank you.
It's so nasty. Though I did like the grapefruit shandies from Leinenkugels. I don't know why. I can't explain. I like fake grapefruit, but not real grapefruit.
Do you guys are you guys not squirt guys? I love squirt.
I haven't had squirt in years, Nick.
Jack,
what is the deal with squirt?
What do you mean? It's grapefruit soda.
No thanks.
I'm
good.
It's the worst fruit flavor. It is the worst.
It is not.
It's objectively the worst tasting fruit, right? America agrees on that, yes?
Dragon fruit is bad.
By the way, Nick, here's an idea from Duncan. A Scott Frost flag needs 16 stripes and 31 stars.
I can do that.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
I was going to do like poop emojis on it.
All right. I mean, you could add those, but maybe 31 poops.
Yeah.
Instead of 31 stars. Jimmy Palmer quoting somebody. What is the deal with squirt?
I said that.
What's the deal with squirt? Also, putting a bow on our hair, hat, bald conversation. John emails in Equitable Bank inbox. I used to have very thick hair. I am now very close to just shaving my head because I've lost so much hair, and I never wear a hat. See, I think the hat stuff is fake. It's fake news. It's not real. Yeah, no, it's not real.
That's big hair mousse or big hair product, probably.
Or people are shorting hats, right? Jack. It's like when they shorted the housing market, they're shorting the hat market.
Right. Either that or Paul Mitchell has done all of this, right? It's that kind of an issue. Do you guys know who Paul Mitchell is?
No.
Is he a hair person?
Wow.
Sorry, Jack. Alex and Lincoln quoting Nick. Are you guys squirt guys?
Are you squirt guys?
Yikes.
And then everybody's saying all these mixed drinks that are good with squirt.
No, thank you.
My dad likes to mix things with squirt. I'm not super in on that.
I'm not a mixed drink guy anymore. I was, and then I went mainly because I was trying to cut pop out of my life, and so I just kind of quit mixed drinks cold turkey. But if I was at a house and they were like, "Hey, do you want a rum and Coke?" I would probably say, "Sure, why not? I'd like to feel 22 again." That's probably what I would say. Yeah. Speaking of feeling 22 again, Nebraska won last night. Jack, that's in reference to when you were 22 and Nebraska would win back. I get right? Nebraska went to tournament games when you were no, maybe not.
What was that? 99? No, 98 was their last one until 2014. So they just started not going when I was 22.
Well, I guess this kind of fits then because this team probably won't go to the tournament.
How many stripes? 16 stripes?
16 stripes, 31 stars.
On it.
They did get a dub, though, last night. And, Jack, I wrote down this morning just a bunch of things that led to me thinking that they would lose. If you would have told me, like, some of these things, they were out-rebounded 38-29. Illinois had 20 offensive rebounds versus just 13. And then that it was like a game where Nebraska never trailed, and then yet the game was tied with 5 seconds. I would have said, sounds like a classic L to me.
100%.
Not only do they win in overtime, and they end this 6-game losing streak. The game's not even 24 hours old. I'm still kind of in shock just because I have seen them give those types of games away before. I don't know. Like, did they play better than Illinois ultimately? Like, they missed a couple free throws late. They never seemed to be able to grab a rebound when they absolutely had to have it. And yet they kind of dominated the OT. And that really wasn't as stressful, especially over the last couple of minutes as the end of regulation was.
The reason it feels like that is because what they did do better than Illinois. You were right about all the things they did worse, and the rebounding margin was wild. I assume that's their biggest rebounding margin of the year. But it was just that they played defense in a way that Illinois had quite a few turnovers, and then it seemed like just took a lot of bad shots and missed a lot of shots too. That might not have been terrible shots, which frankly Nebraska was due for. given the historic torrid pace of 3-point shooting that has been hit against them for the last 3 weeks. But I think that was the difference, Josh. It's just Illinois' offense it couldn't capitalize on all the benefits that they had gotten from all those things that you had mentioned for the most part. And for whatever reason, I don't know how much of it was scheme. I don't know how much of it was just kind of want to, but they finally looked like the defensive team that they looked like for much of the 2024 portion of the season.
Would you like to take your well-earned victory lap now? Because as I'll remind you, you said it a few weeks ago. I don't know how this season will end.
I was right.
You were right about that. Would you like to pat yourself on the back for Nebraska not losing out like some predicted that they would?
Well, I said I do not know, and so I wasn't wrong, which is the fun thing about saying I don't know. You'll never be wrong. You will never be wrong in life about anything if you're not scared to say, I don't know. I love saying it. It's great. You know, it's fun on talk radio. What I do? Big issue, very controversial issue. You're about to tell everybody what you're thinking. You're like, I don't really know on this one. That's a tough one.
How do people usually respond to that on a news talk show?
I'm not surprised so many people disagree on these things. It's a very difficult thing, and I don't know. I can't just say here there's a simple answer. That's how I feel about Nebraska basketball and the rest of it. And I still do, Josh. You know what I don't? This game coming up against Oregon on Sunday, I'm going to tell you something about it. I don't know what's going to happen.
Really?
I don't know.
You don't got a prediction? Sam McKewon seemed a little bit bullish when we talked to him a few minutes ago.
Well, maybe he knows, but I do not.
Nebraska, according to Bart, 4.2 points to the negative for the Skurs. Bart predicts Nebraska to lose 73-69.
Nice.
Wow,
nice.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you being on your P's and
took a
Q's
second.
there,
Jeez.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a game, Jack, that we've been looking at for a while, pretty much throughout the entire losing streak of and that's the one that they'll probably lose, and then they have the Washington game. They have to go 1-1, right?
Yeah.
They don't have to go 2-0. They just have to go 1-1 in the next.
Yeah,
two.
they got to get one of the two. I mean, they get Oregon, it would really be. The weird thing is, I was looking at this today in the NET rankings, net rankings, whatever you call it. Nebraska's fairly low enough. They're in the 50s. But the interesting thing, if you pull them up and you compare like quad one record that Nebraska has versus like the 20 teams ahead of them. In fact, all of the quad records, they look better than almost all of the next 15 or so teams, up to maybe 30 or so ahead of them. It's wild.
They're about to have a great opportunity, aren't they, in terms of getting quad one games, assuming everybody stays in the neighborhood they are, even whether they're on the road or at home in the coming weeks. It seems like they're going to have a lot of quad one games.
Right now, Oregon, Ohio State at home, Maryland at home, at Northwestern, at Penn State, Michigan at home, and Ohio State are all quad one games. So all but 1, 2, 3. I think 3, all but 3 of the games that are remaining. No, maybe 4 games remaining are quad one. But yeah, the 5+, assuming that the rankings stay relatively the same, about 5+ more opportunities to get more quad one wins. And they're at, what is it now, 4? I can't remember what the number.
I thought it was 3. I thought the number was 3.
Is it 3? Okay.
But I could be remembering wrong.
But it's still, I mean, you got a bunch of teams above them that are 0 in the NET rankings, and a bunch of them up there that have, losses in quad 3 and quad 4, which Nebraska doesn't have. They do have, they are 2-2 in quad 2. And that obviously hurts them. And then they do have, I think they're 3-6 in quad 1. Now, all that to say is they haven't dug themselves a hole they can't get out of in terms of the NCAA tournament, but they also have to continue to play well, obviously.
It's just the margin of error has now decreased
100%. And they also now have to win games that they'll be underdogs in, right? You were talking about the Bart numbers. Nebraska has 10 games left. You know what's crazy? They're exactly halfway through the Big Ten schedule right now, which it feels like way later than that, doesn't it? At least
like they should have fewer games left or more games left.
Yeah, I thought it felt like they should have fewer.
Yeah, I mean, it is February tomorrow. Yeah, you would feel like there's only like 7 or 8 games left at this point in time.
So they've got 10 games left. They're favored in 4 of them, and they're 3-7. So like they probably need to go 7-3.
Yeah, I think Sam mentioned it at the beginning of his answer, and I know that you've talked about this a couple times over the last 2 days. It's just it makes the losses at home or even the Iowa game just all the more frustrating. because you feel like you're like, oh my gosh, if they would have had even one of those games, let alone 2, if not 3, they'd be feeling really, really good about themselves right now. Whereas instead, the margin of error is nothing, and they're going to have to go on a really nice tear in the last month of the regular season.
Yeah, you've got several must wins, and then that you just can't lose, and then you've got to steal. You've got to either get games on the road, and like the at Northwestern, at Penn State, at Ohio State games. You probably are going to need to get one of those, and you're probably going to need to get another pretty good upset at home between either Michigan or Maryland coming here, and get, like you said, get one on the road in these next 2 in the Northwest as well.
Yeah, certainly got to go 1-1 as they travel up to Oregon first and then Washington next week. And that will be the first of Nebraska's true, welcome to the West Coast Big Ten teams game, because it will tip at 9:30, Jack? So it will end close to midnight.
Yes.
Are you staying up? Are you going to stay up for the whole game, or are you going to go to sleep?
Man, it depends how it goes. I'll watch the first half for sure.
Yeah, and then maybe go to bed. All right, when we return, Kent Walgamont will join us. Speaking of going to bed, that's what Kent wanted to do when he sat down to watch the documentary for the movie club this week, as Jack let Kent and maybe Nick and I down as well. We'll discuss.
Wow, I can't wait to hear what you guys think.
Well, I will give you some takes on the other side. On the other side. Before that, Jack will talk during the commercial break. Jack, do you want me to bring Kent into the room as well, and you guys can both do a mini interview?
No, save it. No, I think we need to save that. I think we need to save that.
All right, Jack will talk during the next few minutes. Enjoy that. And then Kent Walgamont will join us, and we will review the latest movie club movie. And I have John's pick for next week as well. So we'll have all that and more when we return. It is One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. We continue next on 1620 The Zone.
Okay, but I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Drank too much sparkling water. I'm back. White privilege water. Yeah, that's probably fair. Although I drink, a whole bunch of pop, and I just do that because it's healthier. And it's I guess drinking pop is privilege too. All right, what do we get? Speaking of movies, favorite movie theater in downtown Lincoln before the Grand Warehouse was built. I have a hard time remembering all the right names of them. What, the Stewart and the
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Well, Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club. Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club.
He joins us every Friday for the Movie Club. His name is Kent Wagamon, and he writes for the Lincoln Journal-Star. Hello, Kent.
Hello, gentlemen.
How are you on this Friday?
I'm doing very well. I had a little credit card fraud issue over the week.
Oh,
I got cards today, so.
Oh,
congrats on the new cards.
Everything okay, Ken? Is your credit destroyed or is things fine?
They did not touch it. They did not get any money out of me or anything. It was
that's good.
Data breach thing, but it got solved, and I was very happy when I came home and my new cards were in the mail.
Understandably so. Wow. All right. Well, that's brutal. Well, hopefully, Kent, that's the worst thing that happened to you this week, and not having to watch the documentary that Jack Mitchell chose for the Movie Club today. Now, apparently there was a misunderstanding, because Jack, what was the one that you wanted to do?
We all agreed to do. I don't know what changed, but we all agreed on the air to do the Woodstock 99 documentary.
I don't remember agreeing to that.
I had in passing mentioned this one because I had watched it, but I didn't think any people would want to do it. But I did want to do a music related one because Kent, I like to hear Kent's takes on those, and that's what I watch a lot of. So, I enjoyed this, but I'm afraid everybody else hated it. So now I'm a little concerned.
Kent, would you have been happier if we did the Woodstock 99 doc?
Let me put it this way. This isn't a bad film.
Right.
No, it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't stand that music. Right?
See,
my issue has nothing to do with the movie. It's like that stuff was popular, like when I was in late high school, college age.
Mm-hmm.
That was the crap that we punk rockers just had no use for whatsoever, and that continues to this day.
Before we dive into the movie, Jack, you're the guest. You picked you picked the movie. Why don't you tell us about Music Box Yacht Rock, a documentary? And by the way, there were 2 colons in there: Music Box : Yacht Rock : a documentary.
Yeah. So this was on Max, and Kent maybe can help me a little bit. Isn't this are the Bill Simmons people behind this one?
Yes,
I'm trying to remember.
Simmons was I think he's the executive producer, but it's his production company, whatever it is that did it.
Now the long story, and by the way, Kent, I was the same way as you growing up with this music. I hated it. And for some reason, in the last 5-7 years, I got an appreciation of it. Now, the term yacht rock was actually coined by a YouTube web series, and this is talked about in the documentary, but 20 years ago. It is an old school, early YouTube web series, which, by the way, I also recommend watching very much. You'll like that. The guys who did that then basically 15 years later started a podcast where they would go through and identify whether songs are yacht rock or not based on how they defined it. Now, the mainstream definition of it is very different than the way that they define it. They talked about that a little bit during this. And, because people think Jimmy Buffett. Jimmy Buffett's not yacht rock at all. That is not any song about water. No, it's not even about any of that. It's about specificity with the session players. It's about the era that it came out. It's about the complexity of the music. It's about how much jazz influence there is, those sorts of things. And so it kind of gave a little more definition and depth to the concept, and hopefully sort of took away a lot of the associations that are with it that are technically wrong. So
yeah, and Kent, before you go, I as someone who had heard a lot of these songs, I did not realize that the term yacht rock did not come along until the 2000s. So like the question that I was wondering as I started, and I'm realizing that it's like, all right, so what did they call that back then? And they mentioned it a couple of times, like pop music, right? Like one of the artists late in the movie was like, I was making pop music. I wasn't making yacht rock. I was making pop music. So I found that very interesting as someone who did not know the history of this genre at all.
I think a lot of times they call it, quote, soft rock.
Which doesn't really go together, right? It's like, what did you say earlier, Nick? A hard and floppy?
Yeah, it's a hard
floppy disc. Yeah, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense either.
It was soft rock. And as these kind of documentaries go, I thought it did a pretty good job of telling that story, right? I mean, because this stuff really only lasted as a very popular sort of style for what? Maybe mid 70s to like 82.
yeah.
When MTV came around?
Yeah.
Well, MTV, yeah. And yeah, now it sort of had an enduring life on VH1, but it wasn't like the popularity that it was at the peak, which would have probably been 77, 78, 79 in there. Mm-hmm. And the other thing I think that's interesting that they brought out was the connection that sort of all roads lead through Steely Dan, right? Which, okay, I'll give them that. Speaking of a band that I hated in the 70s, 80s, that was one. And it was the one perfect thing in the documentary is the phone call with
so funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about the rule, like the legality of that. They obviously were calling in a state where it's okay. What is that? I'm trying to remember
one party.
Yeah, because I was like, that is fascinating that they included that at the very
This is
end.
with Donald Fagen, by the way, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Donald Fagen. And in Nebraska, you can record anything without telling the person.
Without permission.
Without permission. It's a one party, and you're recording it, so everything's fine. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm sure they did that, but that's A, his personality, and B, hilarious, right? I thought.
Yeah. For sure.
Well, too, Kent, the quote and I wrote this down. I think it was early in the movie. I think she was from the New Yorker, this rock critic, and she says that Steely Dan was for dorks and weirdos. And I thought that was a hilarious line.
Amanda Petruchich, I think is how you say her name. She's a real good critic. She's really interesting to read. She's good, but I'm not necessarily don't buy her thesis that because those yacht rock people were doing something differently and bringing in the jazz and whatever, it comes full circle with punk rock. No. Okay, just no.
Kent has a lot of takes about yacht rock and punk rock.
Yeah, I wouldn't have ever put them together either, but it was I'm curious, Nick, what did you sort of think of this whole thing? Was it entertaining? Was it interesting? How much did you even know about the genre coming into it?
Oh, so I love yacht rock.
Yeah.
When I was on 1019 The Keg on holidays,
that's right. You guys did that.
You would do the yacht rock weekend. I was Captain Nick, taking you through the musical waves of yacht rock.
Look at you.
But I knew the genre, but I didn't know the origins. I had no idea it started with these guys on the internet right before I started watching or paying attention to the internet. I didn't realize that Steely Dan was the genesis for all of this because, like they kind of said, it wasn't yacht rock was just a bunch of dudes who worked with Steely Dan and then they branched out to work with other bands, and it just kind of happened. It was really fascinating. And it made me have a deeper appreciation for yacht rock. And like Christopher Cross, I didn't know a whole lot about Christopher Cross at all.
That dude seemed awkward.
He did seem awkward.
Yeah.
He seemed,
You ever interview him, Ken?
Yeah, and he's a really good guy.
yeah, he seems like a really good
He
guy.
seems like a normal person
he's
who
just
got really famous.
Really
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah.
You in Austin, you'll see him out walking around. You know, he's just a regular guy, and he's a good guy. And he knows that he hit that jackpot like nobody ever has, and then this extreme backlash then followed, and so he had a 2-year career at the top, and that was
Wild.
it. But what they say he sold like 15-20 million records. Well, that's enough. He's fine.
Yeah, he and Billie Eilish are the only ones to win. What was it, 5 Grammys in one night?
To win all four of the big awards. Record of the Year, which is the one that goes to the performer, Song of the Year goes to the songwriters, Album of the Year, and Best New Artist. They were the only one to ever do that. Yeah.
What I learned the most, what blew my mind the most about this, I didn't realize how into the scene Kenny Loggins was. I didn't realize how big of an impact he had made, because I only knew him as the 80s music guy. For the longest time, I thought all he really did was just a bunch of music for movies in the 80s, and that's just what he was. That was his whole bit. I didn't realize he was a literal pioneer and a trailblazer for this would-be genre of music. It was really cool to learn that. It was really cool to hear these songs and the stories and the artist, like Toto talking about him. It's like, yeah, we heard Africa, and like, why? Or was it Rosanna or Africa that the guy was like, we heard that playing on the radio, and we're like, why that one? That's such a weird pick out of all the songs.
I think it was Africa that it was, because they threw that on. They said, I didn't know that they recorded it at the end of that. They had what he said, we had a few hours left, so we recorded it, threw it on the record, and it became their only number one hit.
I love that song. What a great song.
It's a great song. I also
the lyrics are so weird.
I thought it was funny that they're like, yeah, and it weirdly people attached themselves to it a few years ago for some reason because of the internet, and that's exactly what happened. You know, It just turned into this big cultural thing for about a year and a half, to the point where Weezer did a whole cover album based
I remember
off of
that. Yeah.
I liked it a lot. I liked this documentary.
Yeah. Jack, let me ask you this. I don't know how many of the other ones you've watched, but like, how many of the Woodstock or the Music Box documentaries did you watch? Because it definitely has me wanting to watch some of the other ones, just because I thought the production values of this were awesome.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I've watched any or not. I've watched a ton of documentaries, so I don't quite know what's incled in that, or if it's all, if they're all on Max. I haven't.
You did watch Woodstock though, right? You did watch that.
Was that
one?
the same one, Woodstock '99, or the original?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I watched Woodstock '99. Yeah, yeah, it was great. Though I mean, I think these documentaries are great. Like we can have two discussions, as Ken pointed out. We can talk about the merits of the music, and we can discuss that. But the documentary, I mean, I love even for genres or bands or whatever I don't like. I just love that genre of music documentary for some reason. Ken, I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, and there are actually a lot of good ones out there right now, and there are like, I haven't seen this one yet, but there are things that they're starting to pick some of these things up that kind of have slid through the cracks a little bit. And there's a documentary that I think just came to Prime, but you have to pay for it, on the Sonics, who you guys may have never heard of, but they were a Seattle band in the early 60s. And,
wow.
And they were like this real great sort of punk rock almost band before there was such a name. And they had a few hits and then disappeared. And then, I would guess 10 years ago, maybe closer to that, they turned up at South by Southwest. And they put out a couple great records since then. And they by chance were staying in the same hotel I was. So I had breakfast with the Sonics one day.
What?
That's awesome.
Of course.
And a friend of mine is, his name's Evan. And his name just went bang. Anyway, Evan plays, he had a band called the Boss Martians, and he's from Seattle, and they needed a guitar player because the old guys are they're got to be close to 80 now, right? So Evan now plays with the Sonics when they play live, and they're one of my faves, and I haven't watched this yet, but you're starting to see those kind of documentaries. There's some really good music documentaries, and this morning and some, like, this isn't a straight music documentary about a genre or artist or whatever, but I just heard an interview this morning from on a podcast that was archived. There's a great documentary called Jimmy Carter, Rock and Roll President. And it's got Dylan and the Allman Brothers and all these people that became friends of Carter, who he liked. And those are great films that you're not going to see, that you're starting to see more of now, I guess.
Ken, you're like the Forrest Gump of pop culture, I swear.
Ken, as a journalist, like, what do you look for in a good documentary? Because I know that there's been a lot of discourse about them in general lately. Like the one that comes to the forefront of my mind for the last couple of years is the one that was on Robert Kraft and how it was his production company, and it would whitewash the Patriots' history, and it seemingly threw Bill Belichick under the bus. I don't know any of the background of this documentary and like liberties it did or didn't take, or the POV that the director did or didn't have. But I'm curious how you kind of wade into those waters, knowing that like documentaries will always have a point of view. It's just trying to figure out if the point of view is the director or if it's the people that it's about trying to get their voice heard through the director.
Yeah, documentaries are not journalism, straight up, journalism. They're documentaries. They come with a point of view, but that point of view might just be, let's try to tell as accurate a story as we can of this, but it also might have a point to make, an axe to grind, whatever. And that scale shifts. I think the more political a documentary becomes, the more the point of view becomes important, right? When you go see a Michael Moore documentary, for example,
sure,
point of view it's going to come from, right? Doesn't make so. Then you have a judgment thing also goes in, and you can't help it as to whether that point of view agrees with yours, right?
100%.
Documentary that comes from a completely different point of view that you have on an issue or something, then you're likely to say that's not a very good documentary, when in fact it probably is pretty effective because it made you mad enough to say it's not a good documentary.
So a connection that I had made last night when I was watching this movie, and let me know if I'm just totally off base here. They were talking about how Yacht Rock had found popularity in all those in the black communities just because of the R&B connection and how all of those sounded. But then I realized, and I don't remember the name of the artist or the band, but that band that was sampling, was it Michael McDonald?
It's like the very end.
At the end,
yeah.
Yes, and then you could tell, at least to me, that sounded like the origins of the West Coast sound, to kind of tie it back to when we reviewed Straight Outta Compton. So really, Yacht Rock had a giant cultural impact, and we didn't necessarily, I don't think it was realized at the time, unless it was.
I think there's 2 points. It had an impact, but the quote Yacht Rock, nobody,
right.
That was not a real thing, and it does not rock, by the way.
Feel the groove, Kent. Feel the groove.
It's smooth. It's smooth. Yes.
Not rock. But yes, they had, and what you're talking about is Warren G with the West Coast, but it was also, they had De La Soul from the New York, what did they call that? It was, I think it was called Underground or something, but it was they were great. De La Soul.
I love De La Soul.
For sure. Yeah.
And Tribe Called Quest and that bunch. They were great. Jack will find this amusing. They played a show on whatever, I think it's a ramen noodle place now on 14th and O.
Yeah.
They played in the basement of that place.
Late 80s.
De La Soul did?
Yeah.
What's that?
De La Soul did?
Yeah, De La Soul and Tribe Called Quest and
That's incredible.
Diggable Planets, maybe.
Oh my gosh. That's so an unbelievable lineup, by the way.
They played in the basement of a whatever the restaurant was in downtown Lincoln.
Yeah, I introduced my son to De La Soul the other day, and he's like, "Oh, my buddy and I are listening to De La Soul all the time now." I felt very excited. I'm in the era where I introduce rap to my son, which is kind of fun. The one thing, guys, and Nick, I thought that same thing too about just to that point, man. Do you guys know how much like Steely Dan is sampled in hip hop too? I mean, you've got Black Cow in a million songs, right? You've got Kid Charlemagne in songs. You've got a ton of that all over a lot of those hip hop songs because they were listening to all those records at that time.
Yeah, but specifically hip hop songs of the 80s to the early 90s.
100%.
Because then the "You Got to Pay for This" case came through.
Yep.
And all of those samples came to a screeching halt.
For sure. I think the angle of the documentary, I know a lot of people reacted, well, I hate this music. This documentary sucks. It doesn't matter. The interesting angle about this documentary is coming back to these artists all these years later.
Yes.
And tell them they have been put in a genre and see how they react to that. And the thought
That's
is
like the end. Those last few minutes were pretty interesting as they kind of talk about that.
They all reacted differently. Some embraced the heck out of it. Some challenged
you and hangs up.
It makes me happy. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, some of them hated it, and like that's the really interesting thing is to see, hey, you've got a revival kind of, but you've also been defined. So you've got some prominence out of this for the stuff you did, but you also may not like the box that you've been put into, and then have them react. Because I've wondered that for a lot of these guys all the time. So I thought that part of it was really interesting.
It makes me really happy to know that Michael McDonald is just super cool with it because he is, in my head, Mr. Yacht Rock, even if it wasn't Yacht Rock. Like, he's on everything. And the fact is like, oh, yeah, this is awesome.
You'd be cool with it, too. It's made Michael McDonald a very rich man.
Do people really not like What a Fool Believes when they hear or Peg? Like, those are, like, objectively great songs, are they not,
That's a good song.
Kent?
Like, that's not soft rock. I mean, by the way, Yacht Rock is not like bread, and it's not America. Like, that's AM Gold, that's soft rock, that's easy listening. Like, and I think a lot of people think of it, but man, I don't know, that stuff, it's complex, it's good. A lot of the Steely, and I like Steely Dan too, though, so that probably plays into that.
I also
thought.
like Steely Dan.
I'll give you What a Fool Believes. Steely Dan stuff, it just does not.
Peg?
It doesn't connect with.
You don't like Peg? Wow.
You don't like the complexity of the production, Kent?
Correct.
Damn. I love complex music.
I will supply you with a quote from. You all know who Brian Eno is?
Yes.
You know about the Eno documentary, correct?
Yes.
I watched 4 different versions of it last weekend. It streamed for 24 hours and they played it 6 times. And I watched 4 of them because it's
like this is the one that's like the documentary changes, like depending on. Okay, yeah. I heard about this. Yeah.
And so at one point I've got to find the quote because it's fantastically great. Eno is blathering on and on about some of the techniques he used in and he has this omnichord thing. Y'all know what that is. And he was like, yeah, I've used it and blah blah blah. And then he says, you can make disgusting jazzy music with it that I wouldn't wish on anyone. Thank you, man.
Sad.
As someone who came to this not really thinking I'd enjoy it, I would recommend it. I thought it was fun. At the very least, it's it's fun history.
It is.
And learning how a genre of music can be defined by people on the internet, I also think is just a weird
years after the fact.
a weird
That's
cultural phenomenon.
The weird part is years after the fact.
Decades.
Quote, genres aren't artists don't go in saying, I'm going to be this.
Right.
Yeah.
So that comes in from the outside, right? But it come in from the outside, what, 30 years after it was popular, or 20 years?
Because of a bunch of comedians who are like,
messing around on the internet and early YouTube.
And now they're all mad because everybody does not stick by their definition to it. And they're trying to get, and they're JD Riznar's on there, and Hollywood Steve Huey's on it, and they're being interviewed about it. And they're saying, look, everybody is defining this incorrectly now. It's not Jimmy Buffett. It's not America. It's not bread. It's not any of those things. It's not only Michael McDonald and Kenny Loggins and Steely Dan, but it's Al Jarreau, right? And it's James Ingram, and it's the Pointer Sisters, and it's Michael Jackson in his early days even as well. And like I think that was one of the other things about it, that they've like, if you listen to Sirius XM Yacht Rock station, it is not even, they play like Carole King on it. I'm so confused. That there is a false definition of the genre out there, and I don't know why I get so passionate about it, but I do.
And Carole King would, I'm sure, run fleeing if she was told that she was Yacht Rock.
Yes, yeah, I'm sure. A bunch of them might that's on that, but it's not just soft rock. It like, I think they said this in the documentary. Yacht rock is soft rock, but soft rock isn't yacht rock.
Interesting.
Another favorite story of mine from that documentary, they were talking about Thriller for Michael Jackson and how they were collecting Totos. I didn't realize how much of Toto was just on that album. That album is basically just Toto with Michael Jackson. Yep, it's incredible.
Well, because Toto were the studio guys, right?
Just a session player. Yeah.
Session players.
Session players that made a band.
Okay, great music documentary, The Wrecking Crew.
I've seen that.
That doc looks at the studio players of the 60s who played on the Beach Boys and the Phil Spector albums and pretty much every pop hit that came out of Los Angeles for 10 years, something like in that range, maybe a little more than that. And, you know, like maybe one of the 3 or 4 greatest bass players ever is Carol Kay. And she was in that. Glenn Campbell was one of the, on the quote Wrecking Crew. Another thing that they were never the Wrecking Crew until later, right? They were just the top session guys or women. And Leon Russell was part of that. I mean, I can go through this, and it's another really great music documentary that was done at exactly the right time, because a lot of these guys from that era are fading away, shall we say.
So that is available on Max if you want to check it out, and certainly other documentaries from the same studio, if you will, from that Music Box series are available there as well. So I enjoyed it. Very interesting.
I like Yacht Rock a
lot. Nice not pick, Jack.
Thank
Excellent
you.
job on the miscommunication. Maybe the Woodstock 99 one sucks, and we all would have ripped it.
Woodstock 99.
That one's better. That one's better.
I know about Woodstock 99, and I bet they'd be
I know about it too. It was great. So
that Woodstock 99 documentary is really good.
It's unbelievable.
And once you've watched it, you'll understand why the next few attempts to have a Woodstock.
Woodstock 2019 was a disaster.
Yeah, understandably so, because Woodstock 99 was also a disaster. So that was this week's Movie Club. Now, finally next week, John will be back. I guess he was back last week too. He is going, Kent, with a movie that literally just came out yesterday and is available on Prime. Let's hope that it doesn't suck. It's called You're Cordially Invited. It's with Will Ferrell and now I already closed it. What's her name from Legally Blonde? Reese Witherspoon. Why is that the movie that I thought of? I don't know. Reese Witherspoon. It's available on Amazon Prime. Wow, Jimmy just says my wife just watched it. She loves rom-coms.
Oh, John's a rom-com guy.
So let's hope it's let's hope it's. Did you just say, oh no?
Yeah.
So let's hope it doesn't stink.
Oh, I guess you and I are the only ones who pick good movies now.
I know. It's pretty wild. John, what does John do? He opens up the streamer and just looks at top 10. And then he's like, oh, hey, here's some schluck.
Oh, I know Will Ferrell.
Yeah, let's watch that movie.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Levi in Colorado. I heard this was bad. Jimmy, she hated this. LOL. Good God.
Well, think
Great
about
job,
it.
guys.
Okay, you have 2 named stars, right?
Yep. That are older now.
That go and it went directly to the internet. It went
top
directly
look.
to streaming.
Come
That
on,
is
John.
not a good sign.
I wonder how many writers are on this one.
Oh, good call, Nick. Let's see if I can figure that out real fast. Oh, man. That's an excellent point, Kent.
It's a very good point.
Excellent point. All right, Nick. The number of writers listed are just 1.
Oh, so
Just
maybe it is
1.
good, Kent.
Yeah, let's find out.
No, maybe it is. It may not. One writer doesn't necessarily mean it's good. It's when you got 4 guaranteed it's bad.
So that's the movie for next week. You're cordially invited. Available on Prime.
Incredible.
Incredible indeed. Kent, as always, we love chatting with you, and it's been fun doing this with Jack over the last month or so when we have random music involved. Jack, hopefully we get to do this again soon-ish, but we never know now that you're going to be an afternoon radio guy as well on KLI.
Our direct competition.
Yeah, you're competing with us, you jerk.
You're going down. You're going down.
All right.
All right.
Kent,
So
what were
will
you
I
gonna say?
show my Lincoln loyalty then and move over to Jack?
Oh, Jack, don't
you would
dare.
hate Jack's show.
Yeah, it's going to be bad.
I don't think
right?
he would. I
Jack
think
talked
he'd.
about Yacht Rock the whole time.
I think Kent would love it. Actually, if I'm being honest.
Can't go on. You can go on his show on Thursdays. You could preview the week. You know, you could do this thing, Kent, where you preview the movies that are coming out. I don't know who would ever do such a thing, but that's
Yeah.
what you could do instead of talking about new movies that are on Amazon Prime direct to video.
There
Oh,
we
boy.
go.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
Ken, have an awesome weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
You do the same. See you guys.
Bye bye. That is Kent Walgemont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Wow, what great advice that he gave us at the end about a movie going directly to the internet.
That is a very good point that I didn't think about.
With 2 people we've all heard of.
The definition of direct-to-video really has softened over the last 15 years.
Direct to streaming. This is direct to streaming.
Well, still, though. Same concept.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like you used to go to the Walmart bargain bin. It's like, oh, this is direct-to-video. It's going to be bad.
Mm-hmm. It is indeed. All right, Jack. When we return, we're going to discuss why you and the honks are shaking hands. Is Jack Mitchell a Creighton boy now? An investigation when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
All right. I'm tired, man. I need to get some caffeine or something. Wow. That courtside basketball game took it out of me last night. And then waking up at 4:45, I suppose. But I got to tell my stories about that still at some point. Hopefully Josh is listening. I went with Josh's friend. I didn't even know him. I'd never met him before. He was like he's one of Josh's good friends, I think. Or like friends. And we had a night. Tired, that's right. Tired of all that Nebraska winning. Too much success for this body to handle. I will say, well, we'll probably talk about this on the air, so I will save that for my on-air discussion. What are you talking about? If I'm cheering for Creighton next? I mean, I don't know. Probably. Don't care. I mean, I don't need to see them fail all that much. I have a better thing. Well, not better, but Josh's friend that I went out with last time, we were having drinks, and we were talking about how Nebraska Creighton wasn't a rivalry until some point after 2003, because I famously, well, maybe not famously to any of you, but in 2003, I went to the NCAA tournament in Chicago, bought tickets before it, and Creighton ended up being there, and I cheered for Creighton. Some point between then and, I don't know, 2007, I'm not sure when the start was, like the first time like there was true animosity, something changed. What was it? That's an interesting topic. I've discussed this many times. I've discussed this with John on the show. The guy I was with last night proffered a really interesting theory. He thinks it went from nice to not nice when Matt Peralt got to town. And that was the thing. And I started thinking about that, and I was like, you know what? You're right. I think that was the timeline. I think it matches up. We looked it up. They were good I was cheering for Creighton in 2003. They played in 2004 in the NIT, and I don't remember like being like crazy amped up because it was a rival at that time. I thought it was kind of cool, but I'm not sure it was not. I think that added to it. That game probably added to it, and that ramped it up. And then I think that was a huge part of it when Peralt got into town. And I think he has, I never thought about this since last night. I think he has probably the single person with the most impact on the current state of the Nebraska-Creighton rivalry. Like, that is my theory that I am embracing after I heard it last night at that new bar in the rail yard. I'm curious what people think about that. And what was the year it flipped? Do you agree that it flipped? Or were you always, you got to be old enough to some level to even have this conversation, but my dad was a big Husker fan. He cheered for Creighton too, all the way, going Harstad, Gallagher, all those guys, when they had success in the 80s. He would always watch both of their games. I mean, he's primarily Nebraska fans because that's what he went to, but something flipped at some point in the mid to late aughts. When do we know for sure that it changed? The other thing you have in there in that era was that the 2004 game?
Nice, Nick. Little Yacht Rock as we come back from the break. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell. Why are you shaking your head there, Jack?
No, I'm not. Well, big echo. I'm still just thinking about my frustration about trying to explain to people what the genre is and is not.
Yeah.
And I posted on our private chat because I can't put links on the regular chat, but that last link I put on there rates all of this. It's got a scale of 100, and the
yacht
one,
or yacht.
These are the
website in the documentary.
Yeah, these are the guys who defined the genre, who invented the genre. And this is from their podcast where they go through for years. They've gone through and they listen to songs, and then they have 4 guys and they all give it a number on the scale based on their understanding of it. And so the greener it is on this, it's yachtornot.com or yacht or nyacht, NYACHT.com. And you can go down. And so you can identify what is and what is not and see every song that they've rated. There's a
lot of songs. It just took a while to scroll. A lot of songs. By the way, going back to other music documentaries, KD, this will be perfect because it'll go in our Creighton discussion, and KD is one of the honks that Jack is now shaking hands with. KD says she'll start listening to Limp Bizkit again if you watch Woodstock 99. Jack, is that true? Did you watch Woodstock 99 and throw on?
There were a lot of artists that I was wanting to remember and revisit after that.
Man, it's so different doing shows with you versus John. John would never start talking about Limp Bizkit.
Oh, yeah.
Keep rolling.
Fred Durst Fred Durst in that era. Oh, boy, I could go
breathe
on.
Breathe in, I breathe out. Too. Heads up, a heads down. Back up, back up.
Tell now I'm sad we didn't do the Woodstock 99 one just because it's wild.
I want to stop. Is there a Music Box new metal documentary?
I just looked at the list of them. None of them were new metal. There was only 8 or 9 of them.
New metal is making a comeback.
It looks like they didn't. They stopped making them. It looks like is what's happening. All right, Jack. So I was thinking about you and your relationship with Creighton. And by the way, for those who are not joining Jack during the commercial breaks in the YouTube channel, it's very good. Often not sports related, but Jack was just talking about trying to figure out when the Nebraska-Creighton rivalry flipped from Nebraska fans kind of embracing the Jays to them being the absolute enemy and, being the one team that Nebraska fans want to beat every single year. So I highly recommend you go check that out.
Had you ever heard that before? And what did you think of that, by the way? I know we can't talk about it.
So I missed the theory. What was the theory? I was it about Peralt and that he was the reason?
When he got here, he was the one that is most responsible for changing the tenor of that rivalry.
I mean, it definitely fits the timeline of everything, right? And so, here's a question. Did it happen because of him, or was it destined to go that direction anyway, and he ended up just being like this guy with a megaphone at the opportune time? Because that also, Jack, I don't mean to bring in football to everything, but I also think that there is something to be said about the era of that happening, coinciding with the football program dropping off like they did. And that it was just like, I don't know, rivalries going away, rivalries coming, into the new era, and people looking for a team to hate. But I mean, he was certainly a part of it. But like, you were in Lincoln, like, I don't know how much you even would have engaged with him.
Well, they had a big signal. I mean, there was only, I mean, if you were listening to sports talk, you were listening to, there were only
Kevin
a
and
few
Michael or
places
him.
you could get it. And so, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. But I was thinking about Creighton this morning and you, because I feel like right now for Jack Mitchell and Nebraska fans in general, it's like you get to have your cake and eat it too, assuming at least today, because Nebraska won and so the vibes are high. But if Nebraska continues to win, you can root for Creighton and want them to do well, because it will be like this. In the moment, Jack, you were like, ha ha, Nebraska beat Creighton. And then for the weeks after, you were able to make fun of Creighton because it's like, wow, you guys stink and you're hurting our resume. Ha ha. Well, now they're winning again, which is thus helping your resume, which leads to the have your cake and eat it too.
That's
you
a good point.
/ want Creighton to win, right? Like, it's good for Nebraska. But if they lose, you could say, what are you doing? You're hurting our resume, and just enjoy it as a rival.
That is actually you play both sides of it every time. And I do that. For
Yes,
sure.
you do.
Yeah. And there are some Husker fans that will be like, never, ever will I take any joy in them. That's not me. I mean, I'm not really taking joy, but after I see the result and they get it, when they beat UConn, I was like, wow, all right. And then I also can make a snide comment about like, hey, beating a number 17 team from the Big East on the road is one of the best things any team can ever do. Which, just stuff like that. You can get, you're right. You can play getting that win allows you so much freedom in being an A, it's just so nice.
An A as an ass.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the word?
Yes.
Yeah. Just don't say hole.
Yeah.
Just don't say hole.
I've got I've got a habit of abbreviating swear words on the radio or around
You do.
radio
Yes. You
mics.
played me a song recently of you singing a hip hop song where you didn't say any of the curse words. He just said the letter instead. It was pretty wild.
The song was straight out of Locash from CB4 for anyone who's wondering.
Katie says, really easy to hate the small school that goes 21-4 over a 25-year period against the big bad state school. Jack, your thoughts?
Well, what normally happens when I make I'm doing this right, when I make some larger kind of trash talk situation, right, it then goes back to the small, like the sort of like, well, what did you do last year? What did you do this year? And the bragging rights are there. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't, we can go ahead and look. I guess if you want to go way out and look at overall records, they're almost even, but last game, I don't know. It's just what you get for a year. You got it for a year. You had it during that year. Bragging rights are real.
Take that, Steelers. The Cowboys beat the Steelers in October.
There you go. You got
the happiest moment of my entire season. In a season full of forgettable games, that was a one positive, Jack. That was a great moment. I cheered.
And by the way, I was like fairly nice. Why are we attacking me?
Yeah, exactly. Leave my friend Jack alone.
Yeah, leave
Brittany
alone.
Oh, Nick, that's an internet reference.
It is.
Leave Brittany alone?
Yes, I know. Leave Brittany alone.
Perfect.
I haven't done any more
time I was getting into the internet.
All right, perfect.
The entire Weezer Pork and Beans music video was that era of the internet.
Welcome to the internet. Have a look around.
Oh, no.
Indeed. Strigori says John hates all music made after 1985. I think that's pretty much the line.
That's true. That's true.
Pretty much the line. But he loves all movies rated in the top 10 on any streaming service.
What? Wait, what?
That's what he did. Remember, I said it last segment. When John opens up the streaming services, he finds a movie in the top 10 and then he picks it for the movie club. I swear to God, he does this every week.
And now he sounds like he got you a terrible. Everybody was mad at me for my pick, and now John looks like he did something way worse than I ever did.
I can't wait to hate this movie and then crap all over John. It's a time-honored tradition on the program.
Enjoy those 2 hours you're wasting from your life.
Yeah, seriously. Travis says, I don't want or need Creighton to win. I will take every ounce of joy when they lose and a sense of disappointment when they win. Wow. So Jack, Travis is doing what you don't do. He's not even finding the joy.
I may be in the minority. I get it, but I don't care right now that much. There's just so many other things. There's so many other things. I'm not even paying that much attention, right? I look at the score after it happens in a lot of cases. So I don't even I don't run through the emotional gamut of pulling for one thing and having those emotions.
Is it about time for you to start going all in on college hoops now that it's February tomorrow and the season's, pretty much done, 3/4 of the way
Not
done?
unless Nebraska's not at a place where I feel happy enough and comfortable enough that it's not still a little depressing. So no.
Isn't it wild that they won their first game in January and their last game in January, but they otherwise lost every game that they played in January?
It's like a losing sandwich.
It is like a losing sandwich. It's like a
title.
Oh, gross. What's with you and poop the last couple days?
I don't know.
You're just talking about poop.
I mean, we do it all the time. Right? Don't we? Okay. Nobody has any thoughts. To the email inbox, Kenny says, just tell Creighton fans, tanks for the basketball research and now do Creighton versus Nebraska volleyball and get back to me. Oh, there you go, Jack. Why don't you just chant, let's play volleyball?
Well, I mean, Creighton's really good at volleyball. I mean, they're very good at volleyball.
Take Creighton's going to beat Nebraska volleyball this season.
Oh,
that's my take. Put it on the list with the eggs.
You know what my take on that is?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what will happen in that game. Yeah,
wow.
I don't right now know.
Have a take about graphic? September volleyball, Jack. Come on, Nick, just take the same graphic you made and make it from a volleyball to a foot, or from a basketball to a volleyball, and keep the background red. It's the same thing.
Does 1620 want me to do a whole show where it's just me with I don't know takes? Wow.
What in the world? Why, Nick? Why is that the look of the flag?
Okay, so the red is for Nebraska, the gold is for UCF.
But why is it a weird line?
That's the 16th line.
Yeah.
I needed to make 16 stripes. That's the 16th stripe. Each one of those poop things is like the stars. And then there it is onside kick in Latin.
Wow. Okay. It's the Scott Frost flag.
Can you read that, Nick?
No.
Could you oh, okay.
It looks better on the actual graphic. It upscaled weird here.
Yes, it's definitely not Nick's fault. It upscaled.
No, I will send it to you. It upscaled weird.
It upscaled weird.
It looks like the vertical blue line that they have on the police flags or whatever.
The thin blue line?
Yes, it looks like but a vertical version of that.
Charles says it's a turd taco, Nick. There you go. Instead of poop, it's a turd.
The black stripe represents, black is a Nebraska color and a UCF color.
Perfect.
So that's how they come together.
Perfect.
I put thought behind it.
By the way, Katie has followed up Jack and says he did not mean this as an attack on Jack. He meant this is why the rivalry has taken the course it has. So he was not trying to attack you. He was just reminding you of the pathetic winning percentage Nebraska has in the rivalry.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry. Okay, sorry. I took it that way. I mean,
that is 16%.
Josh presented it to me like an attack, so it's his fault.
Might have been my tone. Nick, I don't think it upscaled weird. I mean, the one that you sent me is also bad. It's tiny.
It is tiny.
Yeah.
I mean, it did upscale weird, but it is just tiny.
Yeah, it's tiny. Did you make this on Canva?
Yes.
Did you do it right? Did you?
Yeah. I'm worried about you, Nick. Is something going on?
The canvas size. I got the canvas size wrong.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nick, are you mad at yourself right now?
A little bit.
Okay. It's okay, Nick. It's not that big of a deal. It's a Scott Frost poop flag. You're taking it a little too serious.
Nick, there's some of the things that don't look right on that. I don't know if anybody's said anything, but that might be something you want to check on.
Your face doesn't look right, Jack.
Nice.
You ever thought of that?
Tough but fair.
Louis says, I hate it when it's tiny. Yeah, Nick, your flag is too tiny.
It's just the right size, some would say.
Cindelar says, go Jays, baby.
Good take.
Good take, says
Fine,
Jack.
I don't care. I think I already said. Whatever. Whatever. I mean, I don't want them going to the Final Four, but if they beat whatever, St. John's or DePaul or whoever the crap is next, great, whatever,
Yeah. A topic Jack said he was interested in earlier. We will get to it when we return. Also, it's a One Beer Friday very, very shortly. Jack, are you going to be popping open a brewski with us for the happy hour today?
I might have some American macro brew in the fridge down here. I'll see it. People will make fun of me. So
it's okay. Charles says it's not the size of the flag. Yeah, Nick, it's the motion of the flag in the wind.
Exactly.
Travis says it's very disappointing, Nick. Yeah, sorry, Nick.
I can resize
the critiques continue to come in.
All right.
A topic that Jack said he was excited for when we return. One Beer Friday, predictions, content, and so much more. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone.
Okay, I'm reading Jacob's, and maybe it was there in the 70s, but Jacob, whatever that was in the 70s, that wasn't there starting mid 80s, 90s, early aughts. I don't know how to explain it any differently. Nebraska fans, in large part, I'm not saying everyone, I'm sure there were exceptions, but Nebraska fans would cheer for Creighton as a secondary team. That was, I mean, like, not uncommon at all. Very few people do that now. It was I don't know, maybe it was in the 70s. That was a reason why it was just intense then between the two of them or something. It's what, and part of it wasn't a close series either. And to some degree, it wasn't in the 10s either, but something flipped at some point. Yeah, I will not accept that it was the same in whatever 1986 or 1994 or 2002 as it is in 2025 or 2015 even, for sure. Yeah, I guess that might be, but like, I was at the games in the 80s. It was like not, I barely remember. It just was hardly a thing. And and Nebraska was, for the most part, I don't won a bunch of them in a row at that time either. After Creighton had that little bit of a run where they were solid in the Tony Baroni years in the 80s. I was Harstad, Gallagher. I mentioned them earlier, and whomever else was on that team. But yeah, I don't know. That's my take, having lived through it and having followed it pretty closely at the time. There was a lot of disdain for, and I can tell you, Nebraska fans did have disdain for other. They were Big 8 teams, all obviously at the time, but Missouri feels like the biggest one that I hated basketball wise as a kid growing up. Missouri and like Oklahoma State and maybe Iowa State in that order, perhaps. I don't know. The hate level of NU fans was intense, similar to Colorado fans, so that did not sit well with me ever since. About 2000-ish, huh? That's, man, I hung out with Creighton fans in that NCAA tournament in 2003 as a Nebraska fan in Chicago at the United Center. We were like buddying it up, like supporting them, like go state of Nebraska. So that is just, that was not my experience during that time. But it quickly changed right after that. Oh, is this when we're supposed to get a beer? Is this what is happening? What time is it? Oh, no, not. Maybe that's the next segment. All right. Well, what else we got, guys? What are we doing this weekend? Anybody doing anything fun? I was going to order some food.
Josh and Jack with you on this One Beer Friday. By the way, speaking of Fridays, the Zone deal still live for you right now at 1620thezone.com. This week for the Woodcliff Restaurant, voted Omaha's best outdoor patio. Perfect for a romantic dinner for two or the entire family for dinner. Delicious food, perfect view of the lake. Two $25 vouchers, a $50 value for just $25. Still available right now at 1620thezone.com. Jack, we talked about it a little bit earlier with Sam McKewon. The story, it seems like some local scribes had been tipped off that the spring game was dying. Then we learn officially that it is indeed dying. It's going away. And as Troy Dannon described it on Wednesday, there will be a fall sports preview for event for April 26th inside of Memorial Stadium. Obviously, this used to be a spring game. Now it will not be. Dannon said, do not call it a spring game. Don't put it on the internet that it's a spring game because I do not expect it to be a game. I don't know what it's going to be just yet. True games, as we've known them in the spring, are falling by the wayside for a lot of reasons. The fall sports preview will include volleyball, soccer,
cross country, hopefully.
That would be awesome. Let's run around.
The cross country spring game. Oh, baby.
Hey, sign me
Don't
up.
call it a spring game.
Yeah, don't call it. Don't.
Oh,
put it
sorry.
on
The cross country spring exhibition display preview.
Preview.
Yeah. So again, like this was must have been a pretty open secret. This is happening. I theorized, Jack, earlier with Sam. Hey, why not like open up some practices? Why not have people pay? Like they do that in the NFL. Now it's also collectively bargained, and there's definitely something about the idea of practices in college that you like have this permission structure to fail without, a writer on the side saying, well, Dylan Raiola went 9 for 27 in practice the other day and he looked like trash. Like people don't want that. And I understand it. Like I like going to practices if it's not an inconvenience for me, but I'm also not going to break down the door to get in to go watch them practice for a little bit. I don't know, open-ended for you, just as this, it seems like this has kind of it's been going this way for a few years. I guess I'm a little surprised that it was able to go from last year there was a game to it's now done seemingly at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, that's wild to me. It's as tightly as Nebraska kind of holds on to its traditions and see the sellout streak, like these things that make the fan base appear more interested and more intense than every other fan base. Like the spring game isn't quite the sellout streak, but like that's part of that lore, right, Josh?
Definitely.
Nebraska fills it up, and a lot of places it's free. Well, you got to pay $10 or whatever it is to get into Nebraska game. Like that is part of that identity.
100%.
think that, and I'm not saying I have my own personal feelings. We can talk about those. I am really surprised that, and there's going to be a lot of people who are mad about this. The same people who are mad about this, always worried about the sellout streak in the same way.
You think so? Because I feel like that is actually maybe one of the reasons why this is happening is that people don't really care as much as they used to. And I think that explains maybe why they have gone from, again, 0 to 60 in such a short amount of time.
I think it is one of the identity builders of the program and the connection of the fans to the program is that they get so many people at that spring games. It's a huge point of pride among a lot of people. And so I think there will be people that because of that part of it, that they'll be disappointed. And then there'll be people who are sad because it's kind of a tradition to go or travel to it or whatever, tailgate with it. It's something that they look forward to. So I'm just surprised they're usually so reluctant to, Josh, to like go against those types of things that are sort of historically popular and part of the lore and identity of the program. Maybe I'm overrating how much of a part of it that is, but I don't think I am.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned a couple seconds ago, like you have your own personal feelings. I imagine that your own personal feelings are kind of anti the popular sentiment with the spring game, right? So you're like, it's not a big deal for you personally.
No, it's not. I don't. It
has lost its lore over the.
I don't know when it flipped for me, to be honest. That's because I think I used to be. It's been. I
used to love the spring game.
Yeah, I used to love it. I wouldn't have been. Well, my mom sent me a VHS tape of it, and I watched the entire thing on VHS.
Yeah, I mean that's a next level sicko, right?
I would regretted not being there. I really regretted not being there. But at some point, it became less important, and I don't know, man. I mean, this is only part of it. But the year when they did the 2-hand touch thing, I mean, that got me starting to say, what are we doing here? Really, what are we even? Or I remember one year, and this is going back quite a ways. I remember watching it, and Bo Pelini was on the field coaching in the backfield, like in the secondary. He was in the secondary coaching. I'm like, what in the world is that? This isn't. Yeah. I didn't. For some reason, that felt super out of place to me then. It wouldn't nearly as much now. And so we've taken a little bit of that game nature to it away, year by year by year. And for me personally, Josh, I don't even know. I probably for my job, I probably should watch it and be able to talk about it. But as a fan, I don't even know how. I would probably want to watch the highlights, but I wouldn't mind sort of like a summary of it. I wouldn't be that devastated if I didn't watch it at all.
Well, and along those lines, Jack, two things. So, and maybe this flipped too, or maybe it just never was. There was a moment in time where it seemed like the spring game actually mattered in terms of evaluation. And like a player could win or lose a job, right? Like I remember thinking that, like, well, we're going to find out who's the better quarterback. You know, like remember the Sam Keller, Joe Gans spring? It was like, now a lot of people thought it was going to be Keller, and it was, but a lot of people were like, this is going to be great. We're going to finally see what is actually going on with the quarterback battle. And so I think that played a part in it too. But just the loss, I guess, of it being this kind of cultural force, you know, I mean, Sam mentioned it. Did it peak, you know, in the first Callahan one? Like I certainly remember that, you know, the Bo Pelini one and the Scott Frost one. Like I remember those being these like massive, huge events. But for whatever reason, and you bring up the two-hand touch thing, that was one where I remember there being like this true backlash of like, this sucks. You know, people were really angry at it. And now you get to a point where you could have predicted this was happening, maybe not as fast as now. But if you would have told me like last summer, like, hey, would you guess that the spring game will be no more within 5 to 10 years? I would have said, yeah, probably. That makes sense, just given the way that it's gone over recent seasons.
I couldn't believe. I'm still sort of shocked by this whole thing. I don't know. Did not expect. I figured they would make it feel as spring gamey as possible, and definitely not try and take away. Don't call it a spring game, right? Yeah, I am really surprised by that. I had that read completely wrong. And the other thing, and Dave says this in the comments, he says, I love the spring game. When my kids were younger, I could get them into the stadium for cheap and not feel guilty about leaving at halftime. That was the other thing. It was just an opportunity for some people, and especially people with kids, like little kids, to go in and have that experience with someone without the intensity or the price or the crowdedness of a regular football game.
100%. Kenny just emailed it in essentially the same thing. The spring game is an easy, cheap, quote unquote game to take young children. And they do the drug-free pledge there as well. You know, like, I mean, they really did lean into like you know, bring your family and say no to drugs and then watch a cheap football game and then go home.
When I was in law school, I had I remember the spring game. What year would this have been? Maybe it was Callahan's first spring game. I had a thing I had to do. It was like a mock trial competition or something over the courthouse. And I remember it was that morning of the spring game, a Saturday morning. And I was like despondent that I was maybe going to miss the spring game or miss part of it. And I drove straight, like in a suit, to the spring game so no, it wouldn't have been Callahan's first, I guess. So this would have been in like 2002, 2003 or something. I would have never imagined missing it.
That is so wild. Yeah. And I was the same way for a while. Like in college, I would go to the games and I would stay there for the entire time.
Yeah, I would
like, oh, hey, look, the fourth stringer. I know that guy.
It was a non-negotiable that I would ever miss it.
Yeah, and you said something a few minutes ago, and we'll go to a phone call real fast, but you said something, Jack, about like as a fan or as a media member, like, I don't remember the last time I watched one of these things, you know, whereas it used to be like, again, it was a non-negotiable, but there was like a running joke over the last few years where every marathon I ran, it was the weekend of the spring game, you know, and when I wasn't running one, I was at a wedding somewhere. And so like, I ended up missing a lot of them, and then I would miss the days that follow. And then after that, it's like, all right, it's off season now. We're not talking about the spring game anymore. There just wasn't the value of it as there had been even a decade ago, let alone 2 decades ago, 3 decades ago.
There's almost a bigger skepticism or there's a less of a belief that what happens in the spring game translates to the real 100% world than there used to be. It feels like to me, for whatever, right or wrong, I get that feeling too.
Yeah. Let's go to the phones real fast before we get to the happy hour on a One Beer Friday. Dean is waiting on hold. Dean, what's going on? You're in the zone.
Hey, Josh. So I agree with you on the spring game. It's been something that we went to a lot. And for me specifically, it was nice that it was one thing the wife enjoyed going. So I didn't have to figure out something to do on that April weekend or whatever, because she enjoyed it. And you know that we've had issues trying to figure out things that she enjoys doing. So, but I've had a lot of friends that couldn't afford to go to a game, but they could take their kids and they could, get a bunch of people. And for when I came back from Cuba in like 2016, we would, I'd have 3 or 4, accounts, and we would get like a section, on the west side, and we'd have like 40 seats together when we were able to kind of purchase those like that. And then we would have like all of our friends and all the families, and it all just show up, and nothing really happens after halftime, but it was just something that we had fun with, and we didn't expect it to be a great game, but I'm kind of like you guys. I'm a little surprised that they've just immediately gone to don't call it a spring game, because it, and I don't think it's going to have backlash that the Black Friday thing, was a couple of years ago when they were like, well, yeah, we don't really want to do that. And the backlash from the fans was outrageous. Right. And I agree with that one too, but I'm hoping that they do something, because I don't really want that tradition to end either,
Thanks for the call, Dean. And, I mean, I haven't heard any backlash, Jack. That's the thing. Like, I have not heard any complaints about it.
We didn't talk about it today on my show, so we haven't really, there's been so many other things, but I'm curious what kind of a reaction my listeners would get. I guarantee there would be some people would be very upset about it. I thought they would sort of wean the fans off of it somehow.
Yeah.
Perhaps in just little step, which they have kind of been doing in some ways, is just slowly wean them off instead of saying it. Don't call it a spring game. I've been here for years.
Speaking of weaning off of things, many people making drug-free pledge jokes. So let's read some of those. Jordan, will they still do the drug-free pledge now that it's allegedly legal?
Medically,
that's true. A text from Joe, RIP Spring Game. I took the drug-free pledge, then God invented gummies. Things change. Let's see. Where was the one that there was?
Does this nullify all the?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Nick. That's a great question.
John says my kids went to the Spring Game, pledged drug-free. Both are now in rehab. Come on, folks. Come on. And Alex and Lincoln, was the Spring Game a moneymaker, like even a bit? That's my only surprise, unless they didn't really make money. It had to make money. That thing made a ton of money because they filled it up. It was so many thousands of people. It's not like it was like 30,000 and your whatever money you're making, you're having to spend on operating costs. It was like a regular Saturday at times. The tickets weren't as much money, but everything else was. Hot dogs weren't cheaper because it's a spring game. Hot dogs still cost whatever, $4.
I got a text on my phone reacting to your show, the Jack Mitchell text line, literally.
Nice.
From Nate, my co-host, Nate Rohr, also PA at Memorial
Nate!
Stadium. Yeah. He said he makes a good point too. He said how much of the backlash has been eased by the fact that two possible starters got hurt last year and missed the year.
And that is the other part of this. And I think Mitch Sherman mentioned that earlier this week, that it's like, look, the roster costs millions of dollars and you're going to want to play players and have them potentially get hurt. It's like,
which is part of the reason I think they're pulling back on it.
100%.
Part of it. Yeah.
Spring game's dead, folks. If you're sad, give us a call at 402-951-1620. Wow, that segment went way too long because it's time for a One Beer Friday. Jack's going to get a macro brew out of his fridge. We got still some local stuff in our fridge. There were some other responses that we could get to that I didn't mean to ignore that we can do when we return. Jack, final hour of the show. Think about it. On Monday, you'll be going back to work. You'll be just about to hop onto the radio for another hour.
I'm so tired. I don't know if I can do this.
Well, that's your life now, Jack. This is your life. Tired and doing radio and doing a million side hustles all the time. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell, Nick Grimm. It's a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you're drinking here on 1620 The Zone.
But I want something with caffeine. I don't really want a beer. Do they have caffeinated beer? Now that sounds like a healthy option that we don't have enough of. All right, let me go. Man, maybe it'll have the opposite effect, the stimulant effect. An old school Four Loco. Oh my gosh. Yeah, hard alcoholic cola. I know I don't have that though. I only have Miller Lite. Like, I apparently had 2 Miller Lite tall boys in that fridge. So apparently we're having that. Yeah, Rocky Mountain Piss Water. Yes. Well, no, I'm drinking Milwaukee Piss Walker water. Or maybe you love that. I don't know. I'm not sure what your standards are exactly. But I do believe strongly there's a time and place that is right for the American macro brew, and it should never be eliminated. If you have a favorite amongst them, that's fine. I like to choose the low calorie option and the low alcohol option, which is one of the reasons there's a time and place for those. Like I said, I'm not going with some kind of IPA or stout or something after I mow the lawn. Did anybody ever have a Four Loco? I was already too old to be having Four Locos when Four Locos came out. I believe I won't say his name because he might not want me to say this, but somebody I worked with, we had him try them on a weekend on my radio show and come back and report it. And like, it was wild what they talked about at that point. A vodka Red Bull. It has been a long time since I had one of those. One of my high school reunions had a golf course, and I remember there were some of those around. Yeah, and then they changed the recipe. I mean, you can still buy it, but I don't know exactly what the old recipe was to what they changed it. Like if they reduced the alcohol and took out the caffeine or whatever it was. But like it was legit wild when people would have a Four Loco night. And like not in a fun, like good, euphoric way. We don't drink Four Loco. We don't anymore. Well, I mean, I think you can buy it, but we don't anymore. I'm talking like it's 2008, man. MD 2020, man. My mom isn't listening, right? She's not on this. That was the first thing I ever drank.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
Probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, baby. It's a One Beer Friday on the Grum. We're hanging out with Jack Mitchell virtually. Folks, it's like social distancing never went away for us when Jack fills in.
A lot of things do feel the same.
Remember COVID? That's how we're going to spend the final hour of the Grum today. What was your favorite part of COVID? 402-951-1620. Get your call in right now.
It's not the exact same. You don't have the shower curtain, and we don't have the weird glass screen.
Yeah, I do miss all of that stuff. Jack, do you remember COVID?
I don't recall that.
All right, well, you should look it up sometime. Read about it on
I'll
the
Google
internet.
it. How do you spell that? I'll check it out.
Go check it out. Lots of people recommending that Jack drank a vodka Red Bull, or as Alex and Lincoln says, tell Jack to get a Four Loco. People want you to be awake, Jack. They can tell that you're so tired.
I'm sleepy. I was
tired. You're sleepy.
They don't put energy in Four Loco anymore.
Not anymore, because didn't people die drinking that stuff?
Yeah. There was too much caffeine and too much booze at the same time.
At the same time?
Caffeine is supposed to amplify the drunkenness.
Yeah, but it's a come down and it's an upper and a downer at the same time.
I went through a Four Loko phase when I was in my early 20s.
I never had it. I never got to have Four Loko, especially in its prime.
Well, I went through it in my early 20s because it was cheap and it was a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So I could just go to a party, just have a can of Four Loko, and I was good.
Is it sugary?
It is pretty sugary. It's
Oh
too
God, that sounds like such a stomach ache immediately. I cannot. I do not do any sugary. Any sugary alcohol. None.
Oh, I don't remember which Super Bowl this was. This was a few years
39,
ago.
44.
I was in my 20s. I was of drinking age.
How many years ago? Who played?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think maybe the Patriots and
Oh, well then that narrows it down.
Might have been 2018.
That was Patriots Rams
Yeah.
or Patriots Eagles.
I think it might have been Patriots Eagles.
So that would have been February of 2018.
Yes. So a buddy and I had drank Four Loko like in the morning at like 11 a.m.
Good Lord.
Pre-gaming. I was drunk until halftime.
Wow. Nick, you were just but a baby.
Off of one Four Loko.
Jack, so you're probably out on Long Island iced teas then, huh?
Are they sugary? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
There's sugar in that. I thought it was just all the alcohols mainly.
Well, it is, but the Coca-Cola's in it.
Well, as long as you do something with Coke and you make it with Diet Coke,
You're good to
although
go.
Long Island iced teas are gross. So
The older
that's
I've gotten,
just-
the less sweet
Wow.
drinks that I like.
What is up with all these people crapping on Long Island iced
They're
teas?
gross. It's like made to be a bad but very high alcohol content drink.
Man, 20s Josh loved Long
Yeah,
Island
Like,
iced
you
teas.
love the taste of them
Hell yeah, I
or
did,
the
Jack.
feeling of them.
Both. Why not both? Why not both?
Yeah,
Why not
taste.
both?
No. I don't know. I haven't
I
had
have a
many.
refined palate now. I drink scotch.
Look at you. Travis says 2020 COVID sounds like paradise compared to today's trash can. And then Theo says radio and podcasts thrived during COVID.
Why does everyone want to bring back COVID?
Wow. What are we doing? Are we not thriving now? Jack, are you not thriving with your
He makes-
800 shows and podcasts?
He makes a great point. Well, maybe I COVID walked so I could run.
You know what I was doing in COVID? One show. That was it. No podcast for your boy. No extra radio shows. It was unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Diet Dew whiskeys, Douglas says in the chat.
Oh, Douglas, how do you always have the worst opinions?
By the way, I like both of those things.
But not together. Oh, it's like I like peanut butter and I like steak. I'm not going to put peanut butter on a steak.
Remember how I said earlier, I was talking about the squirt earlier?
Yeah.
My dad loves to mix squirt. That's my dad's primary mixing soda.
That is
squirt.
so gross.
It is, especially when he'll get like not like a good whiskey, but a decent whiskey, and he'll just mix it with squirt.
Why would you pay for that?
What are you doing? I don't know. It's like Canadian Club and squirt is one of his favorite
Well,
combinations.
Canadian Club's not a good one, so that's or expensive one at least.
Sam writes, having those hit while we were at Creighton was great. Talking about the Four Locos, I believe. Chaos Agent. It was very sugary, Jack. Murder hangover. Yikes. Oh, and how about this from Sam? Jack should love COVID. It murdered a 2-seed Creighton team. That was going to be the Creighton team, Jack, that finally broke through to the Sweet 16, and instead COVID canceled them. It's the only time I've ever heard John cry.
Really?
On the radio when that season got canceled.
Wow.
He cried. John doesn't cry. John told us the other day, he was like, I don't cry.
He called us a bunch of weenies for crying.
I love tears.
I do too.
I mean, I don't love them, but I'm okay to cry. Jack, when's the last time you cried?
Yeah, Jack.
I don't know. Probably yesterday.
Here, hold on.
Probably yesterday.
I probably had a good cry yesterday. I don't know. I don't remember.
Talk about you crying, Jack.
He honestly probably cried while watching that documentary because it was so good.
It was very good.
I wouldn't be surprised if a song hits me just right. I will. But I wouldn't cry about Creighton season being over. That I know.
Yeah, you celebrated it. Is what you
cry
did.
easily, but not that easily.
Well, welcome back. It is the Grum. It's a One Beer Friday. Jack, what are you drinking? Did you even grab anything?
Yeah, but I'm sort of like.
Oh, Miller Lite. That's gross.
Okay.
Miller Lite is
That's for
fine.
19-year-olds.
I don't have time to buy cool beer, Josh. I just gotta go.
Why
in the
not
fridge
a Bush Light? Why not a delicious Bush Light?
Because a
Jack?
Bush Light is for college kids.
Bush Light's good though.
A
Nick.
Coors Lighted is a refined
Is
man
there-
drink.
Is
man
there a
drink? What your man drink,
definitive?
Michael?
Is there a definitive agreed upon rating of light,
Oh,
cheap? Like
excellent question.
is that
No,
like,
there is not an agreed upon one because some people like Nick, I like Coors Light too, but if you say Coors Light to other people, they say, oh, Colorado piss.
I love Coors Light.
It's wild.
And, like, Dad, if I bring up Bud Light to my dad, he's like, oh, you mean water?
Yeah, see, exactly. Or now they call it woke light, I assume.
Okay, but like there's
because it's bad.
I don't buy that you can love one of those and hate the other.
I do.
That's
Miller
in
Lite's
your mind.
bad, Jack. No, Miller Lite's
No,
bad.
That's in your mind. I can't
Busch-
tell.
Busch Light tastes sweeter to me. Busch Light is like a sweet beer to me compared to other beers.
I
and hate
legit
it.
like Busch Light. I think it's very tasty. I like Coors Light a lot. I'm okay with Bud Light. I think Miller Lite is garbage.
I think Coors Light is the most refreshing of those beers.
I like Coors. I like Coors Heavy.
Coors
Banquet.
Heavy.
Yeah, Coors
if
Heavy
you're-
is great.
that would be.
And then you can tweet a picture of it to Mike Schaefer and say, I found the best beer at whatever locale you're located.
And then you can tweet it at us. #One Beer Friday.
One Beer Friday. Excellent work there, Nick. So that's what Jack's drinking. I got a cross-train Fairy Nectar, the Hazy IPA. Old heads will remember this as the London Dry Hopped.
Hello, Governor.
I missed that name. That was a badass name for this beer.
Fairy Nectar's way cooler.
No, it was the Fairy Nectar, but it was the London Dry Hopped was the style instead of it was before everything was called hazy.
It was like the Yacht Rock.
It was a different time, Nick.
Like people gave it a genre after the
Again,
fact.
old heads from 2018 will remember what it was called. What are you drinking, Nick?
I'm drinking beer name?
Beer name question mark?
I'm recently discovering that
hazies are good.
I think I like hazy IPA.
Duh, because they're good. You made fun of me for years. Oh, Josh only wants a hazy. Yeah, no doy, because they're great.
I like them better than normal IPAs.
I would agree. And I like normal IPAs.
It tastes juicy. It's like a juicy beer.
Beringer fan, who usually just posts Shaka Bra 800 times inside of the YouTube chat, says, I can identify Yingling. I can identify Miller Lite. Unfortunately, I can't identify Coors Light. There you go, Jack. To answer your question, it seems like he hates Coors Light. I think Yingling is mid. I think it's mid.
I had Yingling for the first time last summer. The first time in my life. We were in Oklahoma. Yeah. I never had it before.
Zach emails in, would highly recommend the Coors tour in Golden.
I would love to.
My uncle and aunt. I have an uncle and aunt who live in Golden, Colorado. So next time I go there, we are so close there all the time. We just never go.
Paige, friend of
Your
hers,
girlfriend.
Yes. When she went to college with, she lives in Idaho and she works for Coors.
Oh,
growing some of the hops and stuff.
Oh, that's fun.
It sounds like a really cool job.
Interesting. Jack, I realized as we're getting now near the end of the show, I had 100 topics that I never got a chance to talk about.
That's what usually happens.
Usually does. But this one we put on the Grum Down, so we have to get to it. And I know Nick will love this, and it's time for a way too early. We should have a little sounder for this. The way too early top 25 or college football countdown.
Oh, no, I can do a sounder for that.
Oh, you're such a jerk. You done yet, Nick? Unreal. Bill Connolly, Jack, is already projecting the 2025 college football playoff. And again, where Jack and I disagree on liking music, we agree in handshake meme on getting weirdly excited for football games even when they're still 7 months away. Or in the case, Nick, of the college football playoff, when they're about 11 months away.
So long.
But it's going to be here.
Look, it's baseball season. There's baseball on the TV right now.
It's 7 to 0.
It's a pitcher's duel.
I can do both. I can do both.
Wow. Find you a man that can do both.
Yep.
Like Jack can like baseball and football.
Yeah, unlike Bishop and Nick, I can do both.
Unreal. Unreal. So, Jack, tell me what you think about these round one matchups that Bill Connolly has projected. And this is what we are doing in the happy hour, friends. Number 9 seed LSU at number 8 Oregon, with the winner playing number 1 seed Ohio State.
Very nice. Very
That
nice.
sounds tight. That nice.
Very
12
nice.
seed. See, now I don't know how I feel about this one. It's a rematch. 12 seed Boise at Penn State, with the winner playing number 4
Yeah.
BYU.
Not a fan of any of that.
Yeah, that's one kind of is mid. How about this one? It's an all northern battle. 11 Iowa State at number 6 seed Notre Dame, with the winner playing number 3 Clemson.
Ooh. Yeah, I like
Interesting.
that. I like that. Although Notre Dame Clemson would be kind of, but
I think every team that I'm about to read to you, Jack, you're going to hate this one. 10 seed South Carolina at 7 seed Georgia, with the winner playing number 2 Texas. SEC.
a pod, an SEC pod. Ugh.
Yeah, it really is. I really like 2 of the matchups. LSU at Oregon is awesome. Iowa State at Notre Dame is fun. Boise at Penn State. Is Penn State always going to just play like the G5 team or the low-level power team every year? Is that what Penn State is going to be relegated to in the
Feels like
coming seasons? where they're just going to play like that year's version.
Not if
of
they get the
SMU.
seating right. No, it shouldn't
They
be.
gotta
that way.
fix the seating, man. They gotta fix the seating. They gotta fix it. I'm
They
worried
do.
that they're not going to, though. I'm worried they're not going
I don't know if they will this year, but yeah,
They definitely will for the following year.
If only
especially if they
had
go
a
to
lot of
14.
time before the season started.
Nick,
before
they don't have 7 months. It's going to be here before you know it.
they could do stuff in 7 months.
Nick, think about 7 months ago today. It was
7
months ago.
Well, January,
July.
7.
It was July. Nick.
July.
Baseball. The College World Series had just ended. That was 7 months ago.
But
Doesn't it feel
regular
like that
baseball was on?
Doesn't it feel like that was yesterday?
No, it feels like a lifetime ago. I miss it.
I think Biden had just debated Trump.
Oh God.
Yeah, Jack, you remember that?
I do.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it?
No.
Okay. Travis writes IPAs are trash. Wow.
No, hazy IPAs are not trash. Though.
Yeah, exactly, Travis. Exactly. So yeah, that's a fun little playoff there. What do you think, in all seriousness, what are you thinking about this early Penn State hive that is very much existing? I was listening to Split Zone Duo yesterday. Richard Johnson, friend of the Grum, all in on Penn State being the team in 2025.
Because you got the Ohio State defense coordinator, because your two running backs came back. Drew Aller's still there, right?
Yep. Got a lot of players. Got some defensive players. And it does seem like the Jim Knowles hire put everything over the top.
I know this is not a thing that I'm saying that's based on any facts or reality, but
okay,
it still sort of just feels like they're going to do the Penn State thing.
They're going to fail somehow.
They'll get in the playoff. They'll host a game probably,
and then they'll lose
and
eventually.
They probably won't win the Big Ten. You know.
Yeah.
They probably won't win the Big Ten. They'll make the playoff. They'll win a game and then lose at some point. And
yeah, you know what's funny is Nick has been in this earth with me on the Grum as our producer, where I always pick the Bills to win the Super Bowl, and I'm always wrong, sadly. There was a time where I always picked Penn State to win the national championship in the preseason.
Penn State was your college Bills?
They were my college Bills. It was the team right after the team that beat Ohio State in 2016. I love Saquon Barkley, Nick, was on that team.
Oh, people forget about Saquon Barkley.
And they were up by like 18 points in the horseshoe at Ohio State, like 21-3 or something, and they lost the game. And it very much triggers me because I think that Penn State team was the best in the country.
Apparently not.
They lost that week, and then they lost next week to Michigan State because there was like a 3-hour rain delay. It was the dumbest crap.
That is weird.
Oh, man. That team, Jack, do you remember that 2017 team at all? They were awesome. Saquon Barkley was such a freaking beast. They had Trace McSorley still. They had, what's his name, as their offensive coordinator?
Trace McSorley?
He was their quarterback.
What
Nick.
a name.
Yeah, Trace McSorley. Yeah,
what happened to him?
He ended up going into the NFL for a little bit. I think he played for the Ravens.
Oh.
Yeah, he was a short white guy.
Oh.
Yeah, shorter white guy. So.
Had what's his name? Did they still have the coordinator that was the dad of the running back for the Chiefs, right? Or that guy went to Ohio State. He hadn't gone to Ohio State yet. You know what? Never mind.
Okay. Awesome. All right, and that's talking Penn State.
Great story, Jack.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was like a Nick story there, Jack.
It
are you
was.
okay? Jack, are you okay?
Are you familiar with me?
I don't know name.
I think Jack's brain is breaking.
That Miller's getting to him.
Yeah, I've had as much as really wow.
Icon says Larry Johnson. Are you talking about
Larry Johnson? Thank you. And his dad was a coach at Penn State that went to Ohio State, and he was on, I believe.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
He was still at the Penn State roster that year, or the Penn State coaching staff that year.
Congrats on the sex, Larry
Johnson, the running back, was good.
Yeah,
He played-
running back?
He wasn't in the pros though. So much.
Wasn't he for that 1 year against the Chiefs? He had like
Didn't he
one
have a
good
year for the Chiefs. I don't know. He was not what the Chiefs fans hoped he would be, because that was when you might remember, Josh, I was a Chiefs fan at one point. Yes.
The old times. God, you loved the Chiefs. You wouldn't shut up about them to your friends. This is the year that Trent Green finally takes him over the top. That's probably what you said to him.
Probably.
All right, when we return, folks, we have entered into the part of predictions where it's a lot of random stuff because football is dead and life is meaningless.
You know, we could start putting college baseball on predictions.
We can't, Nick. We're not going to put NAIA baseball.
Division II also started this week.
We're not going to put Division II into predictions.
Why not?
Jack, do you have any takes on Division II college baseball?
Well, I mean, I went to an NAI school, so probably more likely that, but
okay.
Jack, JUCO.
Why would We don't do any of these things. Nick, if you want, so here's what happens. Peek behind the curtain. I send John some predictions ideas. If you would like to start sending John predictions ideas, or you could just throw them into the graphic and trick us.
That could be fun.
You could do that too. The Nick College Baseball Series of the Week.
Nice.
We could start building these in every
I'm
week.
going to college football pill this Grum this year. That's my goal.
You're going to college football pill this Grum? All right, sounds good to me.
Or college baseball.
Ha!
Crap. No!
Oh my gosh, he admitted. All right, when we return, we'll get to predictions.
he admitted.
No, it's oh my god, he admitted, Jack. You always
Whatever.
butcher the line.
Oh, whoops.
You can't even blame your tired, sleepy brain on it this time.
Yeah, that's what it was, I'm sure.
Wow,
There's the
looks
beer.
like Douglas is already throwing him back. 1 without a space beer Friday, S/B, 1 shotgun beer Friday. Wow.
It sounds like Douglas and I both need a slice of bread.
Wow, indeed. We all need bread. All right, when we return, we'll
Not
get to
the band.
predictions. We have content coming up at the bottom of the hour as well. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
All right, I'll be right back. All right, good. The show didn't start. Oh, what time is it? Where are we at? What's going on? My watch is dead. I can't tell what time it is. My Mac doesn't. Wait, how do you? Oh, I just realized the time is up on the top right hand of a Mac. Huh. Have you been using a Mac for, I don't know, 6 months? And I just learned that right now. I realized it. I'm so used to using Windows computers. I'm looking on the bottom right side. 5:20, huh? I thought it was later than that. Interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Vikings and the over.
Oh, folks, it's time for predictions. Before we get to it real quick, Sam sends in a couple of tweets. First about Jack being sleepy. Jack does seem kind of down today. I expected a 2-up version of Jack given last night.
It was a late, long night last night, which I haven't even got to talk about yet.
No,
still.
you were courtside.
I know.
Taking selfie.
Yeah, you were courtside taking a really cool selfie.
Wow.
He also adds, Nick would have loved that week in COVID where we all watched Korean baseball because it was the only sport on.
I'm a little familiar with Korean baseball. There's a Rocky player that I really liked last season that now plays for the Doosan Bears.
Unreal. Look at you.
Then there's another Rocky player that plays for my favorite NPB team, the Hiroshima Carp.
And that's talking Korean baseball, folks.
And Japanese baseball.
And Japanese
Yeah,
baseball.
Hiroshima's in Japan.
Yes.
Let's not talk about Hiroshima too soon.
Wow, it happened,
It's
Josh.
time to
Grow
get
up.
The team the Rockies guy plays for.
That
My
baseball team actually is around because of what we did.
Wow. So you saying
Wow, no.
I'm not saying
Move
that.
on, Move
now I
on
gotta
Josh. Move on.
Jack, you know what I think I might do when I get home now? I might watch Oppenheimer.
Oh no, Josh.
Jack, how many viewings would it take you to watch a 3-hour movie about the creation of the atomic bomb?
How many viewings? What do you mean?
Because it takes you like
Oh,
20
God.
viewings. You hate
Oh, my
sitting down
gosh.
for more than 5 minutes.
Oh, that reminds me. I gotta finish Severed. My brain is not working.
Severance.
I'm half.
I thought he was going to say Asteroid
My
City.
brain is going away today. It is shutting down for the night.
Yep. All right. Well,
You better
thank God it's
finish. It's like a
free.
ticking time bomb before
All
I
right.
just go to sleep.
I would say hurry, but 6 o'clock will be here when 6 o'clock is here. We can't get through predictions faster to end the show.
That's a good point.
The overall record, you see it. John's up. Let's get to the Pro Bowl.
Yay.
Nick, you're going to have to just click through
Yep,
because
I
I have to write down
I
stuff.
got it.
We begin with the NFC flag football team plus 1.5 versus the AFC flag
Question
football
about
team.
this.
Yeah?
What the hell? Why? Why do we care? Why are we acknowledging?
We needed football, Nick, in predictions.
Hey,
John
is it-
went with the AFC.
Is this on TV like tonight? Is this the thing? I don't know what I'm watching tonight or what I'm
Pro
doing.
Bowl
Pro Bowl
games?
flag
Yeah,
football.
I would watch that.
No, you would not. You stop it, Jack.
Jack, stop.
It is on Sunday at 2 o'clock, Jack.
Oh God, what a okay. Well,
Oh,
it should be,
you'll be doing
that sounds like a
post-game
Friday
stuff in
night
Nebraska.
thing.
It really does. It really does. John's going AFC. I'm going with the National Football Conference.
The AFC is the best conference.
Jack, who are you going with?
Well, if it's Eli versus Peyton, I'm going to take Eli, and I will take the points.
Okay. I don't know which team he's on, so there you go.
Well, I would guess Eli coaches the NFC and Peyton coaches the AFC. I would.
Oh,
stand to
yeah, they
reason.
did play in those conferences.
Oh.
All right, let's get to the non-Pro Bowl stuff. We begin. Wow, Nick, of all the things you could do with Big Vic, you just give us his regular boring photo, not
Yes.
like a fun one where he's doing something weird.
Yes.
Okay. The Spurs are playing basketball tonight, and Vic's over-under on combined points, rebounds, and assists is set at 39.5 points.
This is an insane. This feels like an insane line. It's just a combination of 4 different things.
3 different things.
3 different things.
Yeah.
Over.
Okay. John is also going over. Jack, what are you doing?
Points, rebounds, and assists.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's he doing normally. I would say over, I guess. He's
All right,
tall.
we're the over
He's
boy.
tall, right? He'll get a lot of rebounds and points.
He's super tall. Well, Nick, if you think 39.5 points is a lot, let's go to our next one, which is Nikola Jokic, same prop, but 50.5 versus the 76ers tonight. John's going under. I'm going to go with the overs on this one.
I'll take under.
Jack?
Under.
Let's go to hockey, a sport that we all know and love and watch.
Great.
Yep, exactly. Jack, that's my reaction too. Oh, great. If you have an ESPN Plus subscription, by the way, hockey is on there all the time.
You know,
my Red Wings beat the Canadiens last night. Suck on that, Montreal.
Your Red Wings?
Montreal, my ass, John.
Nice.
Yeah, Nick, sorry. What were
Let's
you
say,
gonna
you know what's funny? So the Predators and the Sabres, that's the teams we have right here, right?
Sure.
The Sabres would be cool if their mascot was a saber-toothed cat. But the Predators have a saber-toothed cat as their mascot.
Interesting.
But the Predators could have any animal.
Oh, I thought you were going to say also people.
I mean, yes, but they could also just have any animal of prey.
I think Jack is falling asleep right now. Nick, let's get to the prediction here. Jack, who do you like in the Preds?
Is Pat LaFontaine healthy for this one?
Excellent question. No idea.
Okay. Then I will say, well, if we don't know, I'll be safe and take the Sabres then.
All right. Going with the home team. John is as well. I will also be home team pilled.
I think swords are cool.
Sabres?
Yes.
All right. Congrats to the Predators on getting the dub. All right. Let's get to some stuff that we know things about. Jack, we start with women's hoops.
Hey!
Nebraska at Indiana. These are Bart lines. We're going to have a hodgepodge of Bart and actual Vegas lines over the course of our next few games.
Thank you, Bart.
Thank you for your service, Bart. Nebraska +1 at Indiana. Jack, give us a breakdown of this game.
Indiana is usually pretty good in women's basketball. I don't know a lot about where they are right now, but they're usually one of the top handful of teams in the Big Ten. Nebraska's been playing well despite having a lot of injuries, and Britt Prince is coming into her own, which everyone in Omaha knows all about that, so you don't need me to tell you.
So you're going with Nebraska?
They're at Indiana +1. Wow. No, I mean, I would take Indiana at that line.
All right, well, I'll follow Jack's lead. John went Skurs. Nick?
Well, John's going to be on an island.
Oh, wow. So you're going to Indiana as well.
I am.
We will stay in women's hoops this weekend. This is coming up on Sunday. It is Providence traveling to Omaha to take on Creighton. Bart's line has this at 20.5. John's going Creighton. I think those are too many points. Give me the Friars to cover, but the Blue Jays to win comfortably still with this one.
I'm a little Friar-pilled.
Okay, you're going Providence as
I'll
well?
go Providence
All right,
as well.
Jack, are you also Friar-pilled?
Providence.
All right. Wow.
Definitely.
We go to college hockey, where Omaha is traveling to Denver to face the top 5 Denver hockey team.
Denver University.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was trying to figure out what their mascot is. Can't remember. That said,
looked it up earlier.
I'm a hater and a loser.
Pioneers, I believe. Pioneers.
It is. It's
All
the
right.
Pioneers.
I'm going with Denver. I'm sorry, folks.
I will also go with Denver.
Yikes. John's going a 1-1 split. Jack, what are you going to do?
At number 5, Denver, based on the ratings, I'll take Denver.
Okay. All right, well, we're all haters. To men's basketball we go. We got a big game on Fox tonight, Jack. They were advertising.
that's tonight?
You were courtside, so you didn't see the ads last night because you were hanging out with referees.
Taking selfie.
Yeah, taking that selfie.
We need to be able to talk about this. Okay, anyway.
Indiana.
Instead of picking hockey games, what are we doing? Okay.
Greg and Lincoln doesn't listen to the Grum anymore, but Greg, I'm still picking your Boilermakers. Honk, honk. Give me Purdue to win and cover. John agrees. Jack?
Purdue. Yeah,
I'm
Purdue.
picking them because I like saying their name. Purdue.
What a
Was
game.
Nice. Jack, here's something I learned this morning. North Carolina and Duke are playing this weekend. Who knew?
Wow. Whatever happened to a week-long nonstop bombardment about this game? Sad.
Do people not like the North Carolina-Duke rivalry anymore?
What
People are asking.
Is it Krzyzewski? Krzyzewski, goodness sakes, is gone? Why?
Jack gets bread.
Like, seriously.
Remember when they lost to Carolina on Duke senior night in
that
Krzyzewski's
was
last
such
game?
a crazy game.
And then they went to the Final Four, and they also lost to North Carolina. God, that was so funny.
It was so funny.
That was
I agree.
hilarious. John's going with Duke. I will also go with Duke. Duke is good. North Carolina is not.
I'll take North Carolina.
Nice.
Rivalry game, take the underdog, getting points.
Nice. Speaking of rivalries, Florida at Tennessee. Folks, it's like it's mid-September in the late 90s, and we're watching the Gators and the Vols. And, Nick, do you know what happened in the late 90s whenever the Gators and the Vols would play?
I was pooping my pants.
Peyton Manning and those teammates of his would lose to the Florida Gators until T. Martin was the quarterback in 1998. But it's 1997 all over again. Give me the Gators. That was a long, convoluted way to say chomp, chomp.
So when I see these two logos next to each other, I think of what everybody thinks of, college baseball.
No, you do not.
And who won college baseball last season?
I don't know.
Rocky Top.
They did win. I did pick them to win. I remember that.
You did.
John's also going Tennessee. Jack?
Watch out for big games by Udonis Haslam and Mike Miller. Give me Florida.
Did you just look up names?
No, he knows names.
Okay.
Those are from the 90s.
I grew up with Mike Miller to some degree.
Yeah, come on, Nick. We
Sorry.
go to the Big East. UConn on the road at Marquette. And the Golden Eagles are 7-point favorites.
Ooh.
Jack.
Feels interesting.
Do you like the two-time defending champs to cover a large number? Do you say welcome to the Big East, fellow Big East team?
Ooh, man. That's could be quite a volatile situation there at that game, I would think. Give me Marquette. I'll lay the points with Marquette.
Nick?
UConn. Bark.
All right. Well, the
Or I guess it'd be more like,
the Grum is in agreement, except for Jack, who is just a fill-in on the Grum. So I guess technically the Grum is in agreement. Let's go to the West Coast, Jack, where Nebraska will play Oregon. Thankfully, because it's a Sunday, the game doesn't have to tip off at midnight our time. This will be a normal tip-off. Jack, what time is this game again? Is this at 2?
It's like 5:30. 5:30 or 6:30.
Well, I was thinking of Hawaiian time. My bad, folks.
Oh, sorry. Of course. Yeah, 2:30 Hawaiian time.
As I often do. Nebraska +4 at Oregon. John is being a hater and a loser and going with Oregon. I, too, will be a hater and a loser, and I will go with the Ducks.
So when I see these two logos next to each other, do you know what I think of?
What do you think of?
College baseball.
Why?
And I think that Oregon is going to make the College World Series.
That's a take.
So
are you picking Oregon baseball?
I'm going to pick Oregon
basketball, too?
Basketball, also.
Jack?
I'm sure it'll be terrible, Oregon.
All right. Congrats to Nebraska on their second straight win. Who leads Nebraska in scoring? Now, Nick, do you have a roster in front of you?
No, but I know Bryce.
So you're going to go with Williams.
I'm going to go with Williams.
All right. Both John and I, Jack, are going to go with Mr. Connor. I almost said Happer because I had Connor Esijan on the brain.
Nice.
Jack, who are you going to go with?
I'll go with Bryce.
Okay. Creighton is on the road in Philadelphia. That game is tomorrow. And according to Bart, the Jays are a 1-point dog. The honk man is saying honk, honk. Give him the Blue Jays. I keep picking against Creighton, and I keep being wrong. I'm going to go with the Jays this time. I don't want to lose that point.
Nice. I won't say honk, honk, but I will say tweet.
Oh, like a bird.
Like a bird. Like a Blue Jay.
Jack?
It'd be a huge disappointment if Creighton doesn't run the table and make the Final Four. Obviously, they'll roll in this game.
Nice. Hard to argue with you there. Ryan Kalkbrenner. He's averaging 18, I believe it's 0.2 points per game. We set the over-under at 18.5. No surprise what the honkin' man is doing. I'm going to go under, though, on this one.
I want the under, too.
All right, Jack?
You can move that decimal over. I'd go over 185 at this point.
And the main event. Now, they lost, but Denver, who's also playing the Mavs in hockey, is coming to Omaha. And you don't walk into our city and come away with a victory.
Not on trash can night.
Not on trash can night. Nick, grab that trash can and throw it against our door. Go Mavs.
Go Mavs.
Mavs cover the 14.5. John agrees. Jack?
I'll join you guys. Go Mavs. I can do that, definitely.
Nice.
There
and
we go.
yes, UNO.
And yet, it's in our theme song.
It is.
UNO.
We're UNO honks. Nobody ever says that.
Ba, ba, ba. All right, Jack, when we return, it is time for some unsportsmanlike content.
Yes.
You might have just said a show that will be discussed in content. Also in content today, Trent Dilfer and bad traffic in the city of Lincoln.
Oh, God.
Prime town.
Nebraska. Folks, you hate to see it if you're from Lincoln, but you love to see it if you're from Superior, Omaha. Look at Dodge right now. Normal traffic
Look at
flow.
that beautiful sunset. Lincoln doesn't get sunsets like that.
Yeah, Jack, it's gorgeous. It's not even windy anymore. I wish it would have been like this when I was running.
You can't even see it because you don't have windows, because you know that if you had a
Look
window,
at that,
you'd be
Jack.
sad.
Look at that normal traffic. Look at how good that traffic is.
Look, those guys are going really slow. The ones who are heading towards downtown are barely moving, FYI. But you guys have a blind spot. We all know.
Well, I'm going west after work. Don't care about going downtown.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm in my 30s, Jack. I don't go outside anymore on Friday nights.
What's outside?
Yeah, exactly. All right, content when we return. We'll get ready to wrap up the Grum. Let us know what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday as Jack enjoys a Miller Lite. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. You're on 1620 The Zone.
A fine Pilsner beer. Oh, did nobody know that I was naming? I'm sure some of you people did know. I mean, LaFontaine played in 19. He was in NHL 94. Is basically what I'm saying. Pat LaFontaine, and I don't know. Can't remember who else played for. Who else played for that era of the Sabres? Oh, the guy who skated really fast on that game. Oh, what was his name? All right, I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna Google it. I shouldn't do that. Let's see, is it 93, 94 maybe? Where's the roster? Okay, come on, Wikipedia. Where's why would you not have the roster right at the top? The standings, their entire schedule before you give me the roster? The roster isn't even on here. Alexander McGillney. Yes, Alexander McGillney is the guy I'm trying to think of. There we go. Dominic Hasek. He was on that team too, wasn't he? Yeah. That's right. I had no idea that NAIA baseball started today. When he was talking about that, I went onto the NAIA a Twitter account called NAIA Ball, and they got a bunch of baseball, like live baseball updates and highlights, and baseball is here. It's not even February, and baseball is here. I will always say the top of my NFL, or excuse me, NHL knowledge peaked in 94, and I can name more players that played in that season and were on that video game than every other year combined of the NHL, probably, I would say. Not time to sign up for MLB TV yet. I got to wait for my T-Mobile special offer. Leclerc, Lindros, yeah. Who else? I didn't play with the Flyers. Was Lindros on there yet in on the actual 94? Was he on NHL 94? He could have been. You're probably right. I don't remember many of the Flyers on that game. We never played with the Flyers for whatever reason. I mean, I was a Red Wings guy, so Yzerman, Cicerelli, Fedorov, Chasen, Tim Shovelday. Kings had Gretzky, Luke Robitaille, Kelly Rudy was the goalie. We always put in the backup goalie for them because we thought they were better. I'm trying to think what his name. Tugnut? Ron Tugnut? Is that a thing? Ron Tugnut?
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Folks, it's time for some content. That's when we allow Nick to talk to us
Hello.
on the radio.
I'm talking to you.
With his hair.
On the radio. Look at my hair and
Look
my
at
hat.
his hair. You can see it.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's good hair.
Indeed.
You want to feel my hair? You want to feel how thick it is?
Nope, I wouldn't. Rather not, Nick. But I will allow you to ask questions.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trent Dilfer is getting another chance at UAB. Is there a reason to think he can turn it around? David Ubben asked this in a column this week on The Athletic. Well, can he?
Jack is shaking his head right now.
It was a weird hire. It was that's a whole program that's already in just a bizarre place anyway. It was just not what they needed, and so I can't believe he's still there.
Couldn't agree with you more. He sucks. The guy is so annoying too. Sometimes, man, it's really nice when the people that you like just despise for reasons then also suck. Because it's like, oh, yeah, I could have seen this coming. This was a stupid hire to begin with, and it's a stupid hire now.
I mean, you know my thoughts on this, right? I've told you.
What,
my
college
Jimmy Allen
baseball?
hat? No.
Oh.
So my Jimmy Allen hat, a lot of the people on the border regions at UAB are big Alabama honks.
So they want them to be bad.
So they want them to be bad because for some reason Alabama fans hate UAB even though there's why?
Yeah. It's like the weird whenever, Jack, we hear from Nebraska fans or Creighton fans who hate the Mavs in basketball. I'm like, okay, like they're not
so
bothering you. Leave them alone.
Right.
Who cares?
Yeah. I also
Weirdo.
don't hate them. Yes. For the record.
It's been a whirlwind of a week around Nebraska athletics, and we still have the West Coast trip to look forward to. Jack, do you think the mood around here will continue to be in a good place by this time Thursday morning arrives late next week?
Ooh. So after Nebraska finishes up against Oregon and Washington in men's basketball, I don't imagine there'll be other super significant news other than women's basketball. Yeah, I mean, listen. The answer to your question is
no.
The answer to your question is no. I don't
Yikes.
think it will be no.
So you think they're going to go 0-2? They're going to lose to both
Well,
of the
I don't
West
think
Coast
there would
teams?
people would be over like dancing in. They wouldn't be dancing in the streets if they beat Washington but lost to Oregon.
And Mick Jagger.
Nice, Nick. Is that Yacht Rock too?
Dancing in the streets? No, it's just bad.
That video is amazing. If you have got to watch that video. If
have you ever watched? I have seen the video.
The
have you ever
Bowie
seen the
Mick Jagger video? It's so bizarre.
Have you ever seen the edit of that video where they took the music out and it's just the sound effects?
I don't know. I may have. I've watched various
like the trailer
things
for The
on
Mummy.
I haven't seen
When they
that
remade The Mummy and it was Tom Cruise in an airplane. It was like, it's very weird. Very strange.
one.
Arch Manning has opened as the favorite to win the Heisman in 2025. How dumb is this?
Dumb, but you know what? You gotta do it because it's protecting yourself if you're Las Vegas. If you have him number one and the odds aren't insane, if he actually does live up to the hype and he's really, really good, then at least you're not going to take a bath on it. But in terms of like actual candidates, there's no way he would be my number one. Like, Jack, is there a possibility that he's going to suck? That he was never able to beat out Quinn Ewers, who I think is like not mid, but he's above mid. Like, Quinn Ewers was fine.
Yeah,
I don't ever think he was awesome.
Isn't it so bizarre that he's just now starting and he's been in the college football twice as long as Dylan Raiola?
Yes, exactly.
I hope everyone's understanding and are ready for the nonstop Arch Manning hype train starting this late spring and summer and continuing just nonstop, because it is good. The combination of the name Manning and Texas and ESPN, right, is just going to be the SEC, ESPN. It is going to be a lot. It is going to be a whole lot. We're going to be very tired of it very quickly.
Yeah.
According to Ian Rappaport, the Saints plan to meet again with Eagles OC Kellen Moore after Super Bowl. What's that Roman numeral?
59.
59. I wanted to say LIX, but I'd sound like an idiot.
You should have said Super Bowl licks. Daddy's home licks.
True. An indication he's the top choice for a new head coach. Would this be a good hire for Michael Severe's Saints? Kellen Moore.
Josh?
I don't think so, Michael. I'm worried for you, man. Like, the Eagles' offense has been good this year, but I don't think it's because of his genius. I think it's because they have the best players surrounding a quarterback of any damn team in the entire league. Oh, look, the best running back in the NFL since prime Adrian Peterson. Oh, look, two really good receivers on the outside and a solid tight end. Oh, look, an amazing offensive line. I watched Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore ain't no genius, man. Eagles fans hate Kellen Moore. Sorry, Michael. I don't think this is going to work out very well. Sad indeed. The Saints, it's weird, Jack. For like younger fans, they're like, why aren't the Saints good? The Saints should always be good. And for people like you, you're like, what? The Saints should never be good. They always sucked when I was growing up. That's what they called them.
Nice.
They actually did call them that.
That's a good nickname.
Good nickname.
I'd be upset if nobody called them that before. That's right there.
Yeah, it really was.
For the first time in months, there won't be a football game played on Sunday. No college football, no NFL, just basketball, but also the Pro Bowl games.
And NAIA baseball.
Hell yeah. What on earth will you two football-pilled human beings do with your time?
Jack?
Well, I'll watch the Nebraska basketball game on Sunday. So during the evening, and
adjust my back.
That's probably it. I'm sure I'll have some
tomorrow. What are you going to do tomorrow? Jack, you should go to a brewery. You should be like me and go to a brewery.
I got to take my Christmas lights down still.
It's going to be February tomorrow.
I know. I agree. I got to get them down.
I forgot that you have 100 podcasts and radio shows like me to do. I understand.
Correct.
Yeah. The podcast radio boys. I'm going to finish a book tonight that I'm very much enjoying.
Oh, is that the Lifetime film book?
I already finished that book. It's a different book by the same author, though.
Oh, is that one also a Lifetime book?
It's about a family, Nick.
A family who what?
I don't know.
That depresses me.
What?
That you're like, I'm going to go home and read a book. I don't know.
Why does it depress you, man? There's nothing like going into a book and using your imagination. I can see the characters. My favorite character is Wendy, for the record.
I definitely don't have better plans, but like if I ever like just saying that and being like, I'm going to go tonight and read a book and being excited about it, just, I don't know. It just makes me feel sad.
The other thing I was thinking about, Jack, and we were going to do this topic because it was, how did I frame it? It was, I'm thinking about doing something that you would absolutely hate. I said you would describe it as your worst nightmare. I was considering going to the movie theater for a 3.5-hour movie that features a 15-minute intermission. I don't think I'm going to do that, though. I don't think I'm going to go see The Brutalist, but I thought about going to see The Brutalist.
You wanted to see The Brutalist.
If I go see it at 11:40, I won't be home until like 4:30.
What in the world? Wait, that's on Saturday during the day?
Yeah, I was going to do it tomorrow around noon. Yeah, but I don't think I'm going to. But I want to watch a movie this weekend. Now I kind of want to watch The Mummy, which I own on Blu-ray.
I do like The Mummy.
I might watch The Mummy with Brendan Fraser tonight.
It's a good movie.
It's a good movie.
I love it.
Yeah.
Jack.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Jack.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
You love reminding Omaha about how bad the traffic is here. I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you, Nick.
Whoa.
Well, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Lincoln had a rough go this morning.
Oh, there's the green arrow. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You care to defend this crap, Jack?
Jack, the car was barely moving, and then the light was already going yellow.
No, the green arrows are a absolute problem. They're not long.
Travesty.
There's so many of them are not
Travesty.
green long enough. I can't imagine that isn't happening in Omaha as well. Your green arrows are all timed right. I thought that was going to be a way worse rip than that. Yeah, the green arrows are way too short in a lot of places.
I've never seen that in Omaha. I've never seen that in Omaha. I love this city. I love this city.
Stop.
Jack, when you do your new show on Monday from 5 to 6, lead with this topic. This is the topic that the city needs.
It's true.
I've talked about it. I
wanted more of it.
You think this is fun? Like, this is all I talk about. This is like 50% of what I've talked about for the last 10 years.
Wow, that's
green arrows.
Really? That's an interesting topic.
That's a little bit of an exaggeration.
That arrow's topic.
Nice. Unless you mean like the superhero Green Arrow.
Nice, Nick.
That's Green Lantern.
No, there's a Green Arrow too, Jack. Look
It's
it up.
Incredible Hulk. Oh, good Lord.
Speaking of no football.
What?
It's February tomorrow.
Oh!
The clock changes in barely a month. It was in the 50s again, probably. Or close to it. I wrote this question this morning. I don't know. Did it get to 50? I haven't been outside.
I think so.
How are we doing at chopping off weeks right now?
Jack, how are we? You are the official chopper of weeks.
The bad news is the cold, and I say cold. I don't mean sub-zero cold, but the below normal is coming back pretty soon. So it's not going to quite be sunny cargo shorts weather like it has been.
What is this? Fall spring one?
But dude, we're doing a good job. I don't know. I guess I judge the winter by how much snow we've had. And I'll be honest, I've talked to some people who are like sad about the lack of snow. I have loved how little snow.
Josh, how is the least in recorded history treating you?
It's awesome. I love this. I'll be honest, like when I was a kid, I wanted snow. I don't want snow as an adult. So I've been a big fan of this. It's a pain in the ass to drive in. It's a pain, like it changes my running schedule. No thank you to snow.
No, thank
Shoes
you,
are always wet.
Oh my gosh, yes, you bring in mud. Oh, that's the other thing I'm going to do this weekend. I got to clean the apartment. I'm going to go around and I'm going to make it nice and clean.
First fake spring cleaning.
Yeah, exactly. Like clean coal. I'm going to clean it off.
Nice. Severance Season 2, Episode 3 was last night. I want you to give me your thoughts from another great episode of TV, probably. I've never seen it.
No, Jack, I'm not saying anything. Have you not watched it yet, Jack?
I'm still halfway through the second episode.
What? You're a week and a half behind?
Well, this fell flat.
Yeah, bummer. Dude, I've been rewatching every episode. I might rewatch that tonight.
Do you think I watched last night's Severance coming into this show?
Yeah, Jack, you had like an hour today when you weren't doing radio or a podcast. You had plenty of time.
I could have watched it last night. I could have popped it in at 11:30 and started watching it last night, I guess.
Why didn't you watch it on your phone at the basketball game when you were sitting courtside?
I could have. I thought it came out on Friday night. Hold
on. Sorry, friend. I'm putting my headphones in. No, it comes out on Thursday nights at 8:00.
I thought Friday. I don't know why I thought that.
It says Friday, but Apple shows conveniently drop the day before at 8. I love it. It's great. It comes out at a normal time, unlike Netflix shows, which don't come out until 2 a.m. on Fridays.
I will say I'm very excited. I will probably watch this tonight if I don't have anything else. That will be on the top of my list of things to do if nothing else happens.
Hey, you know what? Well, if I talk to you this weekend, between the hours of like 8:30 and 9:30, maybe we could talk about it.
I've been trying to get my wife to watch it, and so I could have something to watch with her, but she hasn't been able to have time to. Or
my wife doesn't. She thinks it's boring. She watched one episode, thought it was boring. She didn't get to the great stuff though.
It's fun. Everybody I've recommended it to gets bails out too early on it, which I wanted to too. But again, a TV series is like a relationship, right? You go through the sort of, you got to be dedicated. You might not have the passion that you had at the beginning, and then you can't keep your hands off it at the end. It's a reverse relationship.
Shout out to Jack's relationship right now.
Interesting. Congrats, Jack.
Awesome, Jack. Or was that either way? What's for dinner when we return? And maybe Jack will tell us a story or two about sitting courtside last night. You're on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just going out to eat.
Man, Jack, nary a word during the commercial break. You are sleepy.
Oh, I forgot I could do that. I was reading some Twitter. Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. Dinner. Going to hit up Monolithic. I'm gonna have they're doing their cheeseburger special, and this week it's buffalo chicken.
Oh, don't tell Happer.
I will not tell Happer, but I'm very much going to enjoy that sandwich. So I'm gonna have that for dinner. Jack?
No idea.
Wow. I'm on my own tonight. I'll figure it out.
All
Maybe
right.
I'll pick up something on the way
Great
home.
segment as always.
Jack, tell us about sitting courtside last night.
Yeah, Jack.
Oh yeah, so I went to the game. Oh man, I went to the game with one of Josh's friends,
My financial advisor,
who I'd never met before.
He's a great
Interestingly,
dude. I've known him for 15 years now.
I'd never met him before. He came to my house and picked me up. It sounds
What
like
a guy!
It sounds like I'm on Love Connection or something.
Blind date. It was a blind date friendship.
He picked me up in a really nice car. It was very nice right away, right off the bat. I could tell we were going to get along. We listened to some music on the way.
Wow.
We stopped at one of the bars in the rail yard beforehand. Had a drink there.
But how was the court side, Jack? We have 45 seconds left. How was the court side?
Oh, I got to hang out with John Cook and Danny Busboom Kelly and Zach Taylor
wow.
and the founders of Huddle, all in the back in the fancy VIP room. Courtside was fun. Courtside was fun, although it's like watching the volleyball angle from the baseline. It's a little.
very
I don't
strange.
love the angle, but being close when they're on your side is cool.
Yeah, don't look a courtside seat in the mouth. But that is how I feel when I sit there too. It's like this. I'm not used to this angle.
Sometimes the cheap seats high up are the better seats.
Wow.
I felt like I couldn't. Talking about the game after, I was like, I don't really can't quite figure out what happened because I didn't see it in the normal angle that I do.
Well, I'm happy that you had fun and that you met Zach Taylor.
Yeah.
Also, the funniest thing was I got a text from him of you, and you sent me a text of him. So I was seeing the night from both angles.
Oh, very nice.
It seemed like everybody had fun, and that's all I care about. Jack,
we're married now.
Thank you for being here. Sorry that the last hour you were tired.
I'm sorry to you for that.
Coming up Monday, Jack Mitchell. Oh, Jack Mitchell's on the show.
Oh, fun.
Mitch Sherman. Aaron Schatz. It's Super Bowl.
Oh,
week.
fun.
Awesome. For Jack, for Nick, I'm Josh. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Bye.